ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th episode of the ARC podcast. This is a very exciting episode because we are seeing history in the making right now. Happy 4th of July to all the people in America where it's still the 4th of July. Independence Day for you guys. God bless you and your country. And also happy 4th of July to the UK, who have their election today. We're all waiting with abated breath to see what happens with Nigel Farage, the Reform UK party. Is this the end of the Conservative Party, a party that's been around longer than Australia has existed? And are we going to see a situation where Labor comes in and just completely runs roughshod over everyone? I have a phenomenal panel here today. I've got on my far right, I've got Jeff Grimshaw. Jeff is the creator of the Put the Majors Last campaign. Some of you might remember in the 2022 election. He is also a former Brit. He's been living in Australia since, I do believe, 03, is it?
05.
05, and I'm looking forward to hearing Jeff's insights. I've also got the Honourable John Ruddick of the New South Wales Upper House. John, welcome. I'm very excited to hear your insights. John is the author of Make the Liberal Party Great Again, and I think you're going to have some phenomenal insights into what's going on there and maybe some of the similarities here. I've also got Dr. Stephen Shavura, Sky News commentator and a phenomenal presenter at Sky News, as well as also talking at Campion College as a historian and a very strong Christian and unashamed Christian. And on my other right, I've got Chris De Bruin. Chris has done a phenomenal work with live streaming, with getting on-the-ground information on what happened during the COVID years. And Chris has been at this a lot longer than I have. Huge respect to Chris. And also a former British, would you say?
Used to live in the UK.
Used to live in the UK. There you go.
With one of the political parties too, so.
Very good, very good. Well, look, guys, we've been waiting with bated breath to see exactly how this election goes. I'm going to try and bring you up to speed as much as possible. We're keeping an eye on the stream. At the moment in the UK, just so you understand the context, it's about 1:40 a.m. Their polls closed at 10 p.m. their time, so it's about 1:40 a.m. there now. We're waiting to see what's going on. Looking at the results, if we pull up the slides, there was an exit poll which said that Labor is going to win a vast majority of the seats. There's over 600 seats in the UK for the lower house, just so you know. This is what the exit poll demonstrated, that there's about 410 seats to Labor, 131 to the Conservative Party, 61 to the Liberal Democrat Party, which is more of a left-wing party. It's not like John's party, like the Libertarians. And then we've got the Reform UK Party far outstripping what was expected of them on 13 seats. Now, take this with a grain of salt because we're not 100% sure that these are the results yet. They're still pouring in. We've only got confirmed results on about 10 seats out of 600. But I wasn't expecting that we would be seeing the counting live on air. Now, Jeff, I want to go to you. To what extent should we be taking these exit polling results with a grain of salt?
More like a bag of salt. These are the same pollsters who, I think 97% of them in 2016 predicted the Brexit results would be Remain, and they were all completely wrong, like way off. I think a lot of these pollsters as well are controlled or run by, have a leftist bias. So they like to disengage people by saying, oh no, it's all over, Labour have won, Reform won't win anything, to try and keep people at home and stop them going out and voting. And I think once again they'll be humiliated by, not quite as bad as Brexit, but they're going to be very wrong with on their results, I think.
John, what are your thoughts?
Well, Jeff is right that the exit polls were about 2% off in Brexit and about 3% off in the presidential election in 2016. But even if they're off by 6%, Labor has still won this election. So And so far, the Reform at 13 would be a very good result. I was only expecting 6-7 seats for them. But look, the first thing that needs to be said here, Joel, is look, this is basically a good day for the Britain because the Tory party is completely useless. They've been in power for 14 years. They've governed like the left. I hope they never come back. Okay, they're like that. They're like our Liberal Party in Australia. They're useless. Now, we've got this magnificent leader, political leader. We're very grateful to have him, Nigel Farage. Now, he's got a beachhead into the House of Commons tonight. Fantastic. That's all he needs. And now it is so far the Tory polling that is better, or the Tory results seem to be better than what the polls said. But it doesn't really matter. I think I have a lot of faith in Nigel Farage. I think he is the answer. The Tories are not. Now, the Tories are going to try and come out and say, "Oh well, give us another go because we'll be better in government next time." We just can't believe them.
Yeah, look, just to give a bit more context, I failed to mention, guys, that Nigel Farage, this is totally as he predicted. Totally as we predicted. As you can see on the slideshow, Nigel was saying before the election, in fact, when he announced he was running, we're going to see a Labor majority. We're going to see a Labor majority. It's going to happen. The Conservatives are going to lose, so at least follow your heart. Now, the way the votes are tracking right now, the polling even was tracking, even before, despite the polling being skewed, it looked like Nigel's going to win Clacton. That's looking more and more likely as time goes on. So he is going to be in the parliament. Then on top of that, we've also got Richard Tice. He's sort of number 2 guy, also looking very likely to win his seat as well. Add to that an additional 10 plus MPs. We're looking at, as John was saying, a beachhead. Also, in terms of the votes with this exit polling, it looks like about 17% of the votes went to the Reform UK Party.
6 million votes.
That's shocking. Nigel also predicted that. Stephen, what implications do you see this having, being a historian?
Well, I mean, the big question is the future of the Tories, and they're going to be asking the same existential questions that the Australian Liberals are going to be asking. Is the future of their party to go more to the left, or is it to go more to the right? It's also possible that they'll just stay in a very wishy-washy middle. And the big question will be the extent to which Nigel Farage and his party can have some kind of reforming influence over the Tories. But this, I mean, what this indicates is that, the big issue that Nigel Farage was hammering was immigration. And, the Brits are very, very concerned about that. An interesting question will be whether Labor will do anything about it. I don't see them doing anything about it. In none of their material, in none of their manifesto do they make immigration a big issue at all. And so I hope that no one voted for them for the immigration issue, because they're probably going to get more of the same.
Yes. Do you mind just bringing up the photo we've got here? Memes summarise complex ideas in a very simple way. It's not about the seats, it's about sending a message. Many Reform people that voted for Reform really feel that way. And Conservative and Labor, they really have been screwing the country for some time now. But in terms of what the Reform UK actually ran on, just so you know, they ran on zero tax on the first 20,000 earned, pounds earned, so it's obviously a lot more than Aussie dollars. Freeze immigration, deport illegal immigrants, mandate single-sex spaces, scrap the VAT on energy bills, lower fuel duty, maybe one of you guys can explain that, ban transgender ideology in schools, prison sentence for carrying a knife, abolish the inheritance tax below 2 million, scrap net zero and ban EULAs. Can you believe they've got an inheritance tax? Introduce British Bill of Rights, write off student fees for nurses who work in the NHS for 10 years, prioritise social housing for British people, increase defence spending to 3%. I do believe it's at a little under 2% right now in reality. Reduce corporation tax to 15%, abolish the IR35 rules, sole traders, I'm sure that's a UK thing, abolish business trades rates for high street, and fast-track transport infrastructure in the north. Chris, what are your thoughts on how this is this manifesto from the Reform Party?
It's surprising that this hasn't gained more traction. There's for much of the working majority in the UK, this is not a radical manifesto. He could have gone so much further than this, talking about mass remigration, which it's touchy there. Talking about taking a Liz Truss style budget, which would have blown a huge hole in things. We're talking about billions of pounds there. This shouldn't have been something particularly radical. I think this is less a matter of the issues there, and these policies are pretty broad based. No one's heard of him. He just hasn't been able to cut through the media.
And I think that's a really interesting point, because when you guys have been following this election pretty closely, as closely as I have. You know that there are certain rules with Ofcom. I don't know what that stands for, but it's like their regulator for broadcasters out there. And Ofcom's puts these regulations out. You guys might be more familiar with, where they're saying you have to be proportionate with regards to how much coverage you give each party. You have to take into consideration the last 2 elections and how those parties performed. But Reform this is their first election. I mean, can you imagine? Do we have anything like that in Australia?
Look, it's extremely anti-free speech. I mean, if you set up a media company, you should be able to talk about what the hell you want to talk about. And if you want to be pro one political party, you should have the freedom to do that. They had this. You know what caused the rise of talkback radio in the United States is one of the last things Ronald Reagan did was they used to have this thing since the 1930s in America. If you have a radio license, you have to have equal political coverage. So most of the radio networks, we'll just play music, okay? But then Reagan abolished that regulation, and then that just boomed the talkback radio industry, Rush Limbaugh and others. So, yeah, look, things like this are happening after 14 years of Conservative government. This is why they can never be forgiven. I woke up this morning and I saw the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party on one of the other networks. And he was saying, because it was looking like Reform was going to do quite well, and he says, look, and this is the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party, he says, if you're concerned about racism, if you're concerned about bigotry, if you're concerned about misogyny, and if you want to fight for Ukraine, then the Conservative Party is for you. I thought, okay, well, that's the death. Rest in peace, Conservative Party.
Yeah. Why do they keep making this mistake, thinking that the more they imitate their competitors, the more they will galvanise their own base? It just makes absolutely no sense. Is it fear?
It's a good question, Stephen. Why do they keep doing this? Look, I think what these people is, they don't really talk to ordinary people. They just do nothing but consume the mainstream media. I think that's their problem. They're not interested in talking to regular people.
But those key holders in the media control what those working majority listen to. Most people don't have the time to get off of BBC, BBC4, Channel 4, ITV, and get onto alternate media. They've got a very simple thing. They go to work, they come home, and they catch a little clip of something which says, Farage is a racist. Oh, don't like that. All right, back to work. That's it. So those key holders who control the media, unlike in this room, are so important. You have to try and sway the Beth Grigbys and what have you. They control what people see, what people think.
We do just have a video now from Nigel Farage. He did post a little under an hour ago to his social media. I'll just play this for you guys.
It's midnight. There are 2 results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. What does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats.
Wow.
Right now.
You were right.
But to watch the TV coverage...
Hang on a second. I just want to hear what this...
There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
This is shocking. So Jeff, before we hopped on, Jeff made the point, and maybe we should have gotten into predictions before the results came in. But just for the record, Jeff said to me, don't believe what the polling is saying, even though the exit polls are as positive as they are for Reform with this many votes and 17% of the vote going to them. It'll be even better. Jeff, how is this what you're expecting? Over 30% of the votes going to Reform around the whole country?
Oh, yeah. Because the polling was between 10 and 20%. And there's a lot of, let's call them the silent types who won't declare how they're voting. And just to jump into some actual results that have come in so far. Most of the results at the moment, I'm going to be a bit of a boring psephologist here, but
Please.
Most of the results so far are from the northeast. They always get counted quite early on, and the northeast is usually solid red, solid Labour. But what's interesting is that in those seats, the Labour vote has barely gone up. It's only gone up by 1 or 2%. But more interestingly, the party in second place, and I think out of 7 out of 10 seats from maybe 20 minutes ago when I had a look, Reform were beating the Tories. In some cases, double the Tory vote. The first Tory Conservative seat has just been one. It's Rayleigh and Wickford. Not really surprising. But even there, the Conservative vote is down by 36%. Reform is up by 25%. There's only 5,000 votes difference between the Conservatives and Reform.
Incredible.
And then Labour are third with fewer votes than Reform. There's one seat as well where Labour's vote has actually dropped.
Yeah, what do you guys think about how the polling's going with this?
Well, I mean, we're pretty optimistic. It's looking very good. I mean, the question is how many of these votes will actually translate into seats, as per the meme you put up earlier. And we all remember that, the polling the polls were saying, max Reform UK will get, maybe 4 seats and that kind of thing. And I even remember Nigel Farage suggesting that they might not get that many seats, but still a big vote. Yeah. But I mean, this really is incredible, and I guess the question is, what exactly is Farage's strategy here? Because he knew he was not going to, form a government, and he's probably not going to form a government in the next election. Although I'm happy to be disproven there. So, is this basically an exercise for Nigel Farage in creative destruction? I mean, I resonate with what you said earlier, John, that this is a good day for England. I mean, I would prefer to say it's a necessary day. Okay. Because I think the next 5 years could be pretty rough. Because the Labour Manifesto has a lot of constitutional changes. They want to lower the voting age to 18. They want to effectively abolish
16.
To 16, my mistake. They want to effectively abolish the House of Lords. Oh, and there are other things they want to do. And the other thing is Keir Starmer he is very left-wing. I mean, the media will call him a moderate, but that's because the media is very left-wing. But he cut his teeth over the years as a pretty radical human rights lawyer. So he's big on the EU, he's big on globalism, he's big on global human rights charters. He likes the European Court of Human Rights, which is half the reason England has so many immigration problems. So, a necessary day probably is. What is going to come out of this in terms of the future of the Tories, the future of Reform UK? I think it's anyone's guess. I think that's an interesting question.
Guys, to the hundreds of people listening online, if you're on Instagram, and there's quite a lot of you on Instagram, if you're getting sick of the portrait view, we're on YouTube, we're on Rumble, we're everywhere right now. So please go onto Facebook, go onto YouTube, go onto Rumble. I'm trying to get this as far out as possible. If you like it, share it, because we'll make this more of a regular thing, and we'll definitely do this for the US election. What are you guys' thoughts on this so far?
Well, can I tell you, I was just reading this morning about the Labor Party policies. And Stephen is right. Keir Starmer has had the media has said he's a centrist. He is a left-winger. Now, can I tell you something? I'll tell you a little fact that's going to sum up this whole election. The Tories were going to ban non-electric vehicle cars by 2035. Okay, now that is already left-wing radicalism.
Yep.
Keir Starmer has said, vote for us and we'll ban petrol cars by 2030. So we've basically got the same party. Okay, the Tories are just Labor with the handbrake on. Now, the reason why the polls 2 years ago fell off a cliff for the Tories when Boris Johnson was exposed for partying his head off during all the COVID BS. Okay, so, and that's when the polls just went, whoa, and rightly so. And they've just held ever since. So that we've factored this in for a long time. But look, I'm hoping what Farage can do here is what happened in Canada, another Westminster country in the early 1990s. There was another little right-wing, libertarian-based party in Western Canada called, coincidentally, the Reform Party, led by a very good guy called Preston Manning. And it started off just like Farage's party, a little purist right-wing libertarian party. And at 3 federal elections later, they became the official opposition in Canada, And then at the next election, Stephen Harper won. By that stage, they had rebadged as the Conservative Party. Now, I'm hoping that the same thing can happen here with Farage.
You know, that's really interesting that you say that, because you've obviously written the book, you know, Make the Liberal Party Great Again. Quite prophetic in the way that you wrote it, because what we ended up seeing, and I guess this is my question, I'm eager to hear what you got to say, Chris and Jeff. In the Western world, we're seeing a situation where there is a right wing that is dispossessed with regards to the right wing establishment. The establishment, they're too academic. They're, no offense, Stephen, but you are in this community. You know what I mean. They're too separated from the grassroots. You know, get your hands dirty, sort of the farmers of the country, the tradies of the country, the silent Aussies of the country. And we're seeing that across, you know, the Five Eyes countries. You know, Britain, Canada, the UK, and the USA and New Zealand. But if there's no, how would you put it, mechanism for the grassroots to actually take over the leadership, we have a problem. In the US, we saw Trump with an open primary. The Republicans allowed that to come in. Now it's MAGA party, no, not the Rhino party. Obviously Canada, and I think you were the one that pointed this out to me a couple of years ago, John, in 2022. They have a popular vote among the Canadian grassroots Conservative Party to select Pierre Poilievre, and he's shaking up to win the next election. New Zealand needs a little bit more work. They're another parliamentary democracy with a bit of Maori sort of, but they still have a way to get people like Winston Peters elected. But the UK, and it's looking more and more like in Australia as well, the Conservative Party in name are refusing to actually listen to the grassroots. And in fact, they're even trying to actively shut down the up-and-coming parties. You know, obviously, we were talking the other night about what they did in Australia to sort of change the name of the Liberal Democrat Party, take the name Liberal out of it. I think that Nigel's going to have another bite at this apple in 5 years.
Well, he has said that he wants to be the Prime Minister in 2029. So that's ambitious. I think it might take a couple of election cycles. I think 2029, he could hopefully be the leader of the opposition. It's not impossible he could be the leader of the opposition after tonight, actually. But I think it's unlikely, but it's not impossible.
30%?
No, I don't think we're right about that 30%.
Right.
I know Nigel said it,
right,
but I think it's closer to 17%.
Right.
That was
I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Jeff's the psephologist. Do we know what the... look, if it's 30%, he's the leader of the opposition. He's going to have 100 seats.
Again, I thought we'd have... I thought
that's just percentage of the vote. That doesn't translate to seats.
Exactly.
But if you've got 30% across the country, you're gonna win more than the 13 seats.
Yeah, well, we all thought that it was, you know, this would be all done and dusted, because, you know, 7 p.m. was when, you know, the voting, and at 10 p.m. they started counting the votes. I thought we'd be done by now, but we're getting a developing story on this. It was saying 17% with the exit polling, but that's exit polling, and people don't want to talk to exit pollers, as Jeff pointed out. But what do you reckon, Jeff?
Well, there's an interesting result just come in from Knowsley, which is just outside Liverpool. It's usually a solid red seat. Labour have won it again, except their vote is down by 12%.
Wow.
Reform finished second, up 10%, and the Conservatives are way down there. Reform's vote is about triple the Conservative vote. And if Reform do well, they're going to do well in the north of England and the Midlands. I expect that the southeast will remain largely Conservative. Some seats will flip. The Lib Dems might even pick up a few. But if Reform do well, it's going to be the north, especially the northwest, and the Midlands, and some parts of Essex, and around Norfolk, and perhaps some of the southeast as well. But this is an interesting result because it's showing that Labour's vote's actually dropping in the north, which is kind of surprising considering in the 2019 election there were a lot of seats in the north, especially the northwest, that were usually solid red, flipped to the Conservatives. I mean, even like Burnley of all places went Conservative. And I think that was the people saying to them, we don't want this geriatric boomer socialist Corbyn and his socialist mates in. We're going to give you, the Conservatives, another chance. Boris fixed stuff, and of course they've been completely betrayed on this. And it will just be very interesting to see what they're going to do now. Are they going to switch the votes to Reform, which I expect they will, but will it be enough to win them seats in those areas? We'll probably find out in the next hour or so. These results are starting to flood in now.
I was just going to bring up on the slideshow, guys. Funny point I just picked up on. You might remember in the referendum we were having a debate on whether we should count crosses for no votes. Well, in the UK, it's a very common practice. It's always been a common practice to actually vote with a cross there, you know, for your vote. Just to give you an idea of how much crap we were thrown during the referendum, and they, you know, how they were counting ticks, but they weren't counting crosses for no. And also, I just want to say, I was surprised to see this from Turning Point UK saying we're absolutely screwed. I reject that sentiment.
Here.
I don't think that if you're going to put your hand up and be a leader in your country and bring about change, you've got to bring a better attitude with respect. You know, Australia, as bad as things got during the lockdowns and people being shot and us having targeted lockdowns in southwestern Sydney, that was a time for leadership and to step into it. It's not a time to say we're screwed and throw your hands in the air. With respect.
I mean,
with respect.
Yeah, it really raises the question of the effectiveness of any organisation that says that sort of suggests that they didn't have much of an impact. It's not a good thing for any organisation who wants to be having some kind of political influence on the people to say.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, is there possibly an analogy here with federal politics in Australia in the 1950s with the Labor split and the Democratic Labor Party? And this is one thing. This is why I sort of I cannot fault anything you said earlier, John, on the Tories being useless and basically crypto left, at least as a matter of fact. In Australia, when you have the Labor split in 1955, Labor, the Labor Party is kept out of politics after that split for nearly 20 years. Are we going to see something similar in the UK, where the Tories, where the Conservative split is such that no Conservative Party can actually get into government for almost a generation?
Well, that could happen, but I think, what happened in Canada was, as their Reform Party grew and grew, the old establishment Conservative Party, which is called the Progressive Conservatives, declined and declined, and then they officially merged, but it was really a takeover from the Reform Party, which was a lot bigger than the old Progressive Conservatives. So, to avoid the outcome you're speculating about, which could easily happen, is the parties do what I hope Farage after the next election can be bigger than the Tories, and then they can merge, but it's basically a takeover by Reform.
I think also in favour of that analysis is I think the RUK, Reform UK, are already probably bigger than what the DLP was, even at its height. It was always a pretty minor party. So, yeah, I mean, what are the chances of some sort of coalition or
well, they hate his guts.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think the Tory membership likes him, the rank and file branch members. But of course, the self-serving politicians in the Conservative Party have antipathy for him. Okay, not over policy, because but just because he's stealing their bat and ball. So I think that they'll just have to learn the hard way. They won't. No one gives up power, willingly. So there'll be a fight. But I think Nigel Farage is an exceptional person. He's very likeable. He's courageous. He's right on all the issues. I think he's a man of destiny.
He is the Trump of England, but with fewer, with not as many of sort of what we might call the peccadillos of the past. And because interestingly, he is from the elite. But no one identifies and can just feel the spirit of the people more than Farage.
Yes.
He gets it, and you can tell, just like Trump, he loves his country. This is a man who loves his country, and he recognises that he's not getting any younger, and he wants to do everything that he can for the rest of his life to try and save his country. And that's how I see Trump, and that's how I see Farage.
And they're cheerful. Farage and Trump are cheerful. They tell jokes. You know, they're not stern people. You know, they're happy people. And I think that's appealing electorally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not having spent a lot of time with Nigel behind the scenes, when we brought him out for 2022 for a tour of Australia, what you see in real life is what he is on camera as well. I was absolutely shocked spending time with him. I never get starstruck, but I got starstruck when I met Nigel because he's such an intellectual. He's a bit of a lad as well. He can connect with the youth. He can connect with the average person on the street, really anywhere. And let's not forget, Brexit in 2016 spurred on what ended up happening in the USA.
For sure.
You know, and people were like, he's like, it was a victory for the little people, and you guys can have it too. Similarly, he dubbed the referendum vote in Australia for the Voice our Brexit moment as well. And it's like, okay, all right, that's really cool. Now, I have no idea who our Trump or our Nigel is. I genuinely have no idea who they are. But there are some telltale signs by looking at who Nigel is. You know, he's someone of that generation, him and Trump's generation, someone that can. It's just a larger-than-life character, bit of a meme, very easy to make memes about him. I mean, Pauline comes very close.
It's Pauline.
Yes.
It is Pauline. Our Trump or our Nigel is Pauline. And she will never be what they are in terms of their influence. But if you're looking for an equivalent, someone who's an outsider, although not wealthy, who just spoke very, very deeply to what ordinary Australians were feeling and was utterly crucified by the media, but fought and fought and fought. It is Paul. And someone who, in her own strange way, has a kind of a charismatic personality. It's a very, in her own very strange way, but people are just drawn to her. Yeah, I cannot think of anyone other than Pauline Hanson.
Yes, I'm going to, very soon, guys, I'm going to play a video that is actually, I wasn't planning on doing this, but it was actually from the event we did in Brisbane where Nigel was directly speaking to Pauline in a question. I was not planning on showing this, but I think you'll find it quite illuminating. I did want to show you this, though. In the UK, they cannot stop taking Nigel Farage's material, and because reform's been climbing in the polls, you can see it actually percolating into the language of all the parties. Check this out.
And it's broken.
It is vital to reform.
You've got to reform.
A great reforming.
So we will reform it. And we will keep on reforming.
So it's time for a fundamental programme of reform.
Reform.
Strengthening the case for reform.
Change, reform and strengthen government.
A reform. The implementation of our reform agenda.
Reform.
Reform.
And rebuilding Britain through reform.
We need reform.
This is not the first time. I remember watching a video of Nigel Farage in 2019, and Boris was stealing all of his best stuff. He's like, "Are you ready?" And Nigel's like, "Oh, I bet I ought to lend him a pair of shoes as well." He's taking everything. What do you guys think about this? Actually, you know what? I think the Libertarians can definitely speak to this. You know, your policies always get stolen by the Liberals. You know.
Well, as a minor party, we're very happy when that happens.
Right.
You know, because we want to be like an intellectual party. We want to, inspire other parties to see the light and to come to our position. But yes, that has happened a lot and doesn't bother us.
Very good, very good. I guess it saves you having to win those seats and get it passed.
Well, look, we've been going on about nuclear energy, for 25 years, and now Peter Dutton wants centrally planned nuclear energy. Okay, well, that's a step in the right direction. We don't believe in the central planning. We believe it should be privately funded, and we believe it would be privately funded if the government removed the ban.
Chris, you've been silent. Tell me, what are your thoughts on all of this? Are you seeing anything come up in particular?
I want to go back to where you
Please.
played Nigel Farage's video 2 steps back, where he said that there were no Reform UK representatives on any of the media channels, and that was a true statement. I was listening to Sky News in my other ear here, UK Sky News, not our Sky News, and Beth Rigby, who you probably saw the bit of a car crash interview the other day in front of a bus with Nigel, said, I need to interrupt just 1 second there and correct what we just saw, because they played the same video we saw. We need to correct Nigel Farage. We have interviewed many, many different people from Reform UK. That's not what Nigel said. Nigel said there were no representatives on the panels on BBC, ITV, Sky. There was no one from Reform UK. This is an example of the very small changes to message where you can fact-check someone, but just move what you're fact-checking. It's straw man. You put up something that someone hasn't said, and then you say, oh, we've got to fact-check what he didn't say, or we'll just slightly interpret it because it's misinformation. I just wanted to have to say that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think something's going to have to give in the coming years. I mean, the BBC stacking that audience, you guys may not have watched this, but us nerds saw a bit of this. The idea that they stacked this audience with Nigel Farage there, with pro-Palestine protesters, with literal directors of BBC documentaries that asked these questions. It wasn't members of the public. It makes me ask questions about the ABC and how their Q&A program works, and how they're like, oh, no, this is every time they get accused of having a stacking the audience, they're like, oh, look, no, we've got an answer on this. We've got 34 Liberals, we've got 54 Labor, we got it's like, okay, but are they Malcolm Turnbull Liberals, or are they Matt Canavan Nationals, or like what are we dealing with here?
And undecided voters are not unideological voters. So you might be undecided in, am I going to vote Greens or Labor? You're not unbiased. I remember watching the elections years ago on the commercial TV. I don't know if they even still have it. You guys remember the worm in the elections? And before every election in Australia, they'd say, now we have an undecided audience. And you'd pan out the audience. Half of them had purple hair. and you think to yourself, now, I know that at least half of them are not going to vote Liberal or One Nation. I mean, these were not... They were not unbiased people at all. And the real uselessness of the mainstream media has become utterly undeniable in America. The debate with Biden, I mean, you could see that many journalists were absolutely shocked at what was going on. Now, either they're total liars and they knew of Biden's condition all along but were lying, or they were just completely oblivious to the reality of the situation. Now, all of us here knew that Biden is bordering on dementia because we had been paying attention to the videos coming out that you could see on X and elsewhere. But the mainstream media seem to really just discover this at the moment. And so nothing more than that showed how useless the mainstream media has become. They couldn't even report that the president of their own country, this is a major news item, that the president of their own country is not physically and mentally fit to govern. What greater news item could there have been? Yes. None.
Yeah, it's shocking. And, with this whole thing about, stacking the audience and undecided voters being fake voters. Do you remember in the USA earlier this year, late last year, the primary with the Republicans, you had Democrats in these open primaries coming and voting for, what was the lady's name?
Nikki Haley.
Nikki Haley. And it's like, how have you guys allowed this? Have you not tightened up? And then they get asked a follow-up question. Okay, but who are you voting for in the election? Oh, Joe Biden. Joe Biden. It's like, are you serious? It's just, I don't know, it's shocking.
But having said that, if I may, here's the great news. Brexit happened when all of this media bias was going on. We've got a Reform UK party, which looks like it's doing fantastic things this election. So even though so much of the mainstream media either wants to ignore a guy like Nigel Farage or take every opportunity it can to demonize him over completely non-issues like his views on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the fact of the matter is alternative messages get through. And the question is, for me, the question is the extent to which that is because of a non-mainstream media. Are people tapping into a non-mainstream media? Guys like you, Joel, for example, here in Australia.
Troublemakers.
Yeah, troublemakers, or GB News in the UK. So that's kind of the good news. It doesn't matter how biased the media gets. At the end of the day, in events like Brexit, it gets mugged by reality. Not all the people can be fooled.
No, absolutely. And, as my brain is very foggy today. My recall is horrible. I'm on about 3 hours sleep. Jeff, did you sleep last night? I think you said you were going to stay up because the voting ended at like 4 a.m. or 7 p.m. was 4 a.m.
I tried. I failed.
Me too. I just kept looking at my phone, and I was like, I'm on 3 hours sleep, so my recall might be a bit bad. But we saw a populist backlash with Brexit. We saw, and we were warned about it as well. And we saw that we're seeing that around the Western world. I do want to play this clip from the Nigel Farage event in Queensland we did. This is where, this is in October 2022. Nigel is asked the very first question by Senator Pauline Hanson. We've just heard Dr. Stephen Chavura say, look, Pauline's probably our Trump, our Nigel. Check this out.
In the spirit of Victorian democracy, we are going to take one or two questions.
Yes. Ross Cameron,
from
that is, guys.
The floor. I think we have Joel Jamal. We can't really see you, Joel.
That's all right. I'm just in the front here. There you go.
Take it away, brother. Who have we got? Who have you got for us?
Our first question is from Senator Hanson. If anyone else has a question, please put your hand up. I'll eventually make my way to you. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Right. First of all, I'd like to say, as a Senator for Queensland, and on behalf of my colleague, Senator Malcolm Roberts, I would like to say thank you very, very much for coming to Queensland, and especially Brisbane, and to be here speaking to the people of Queensland. Thank you very much for...
Sorry, guys, I haven't released this before. I would have trimmed it shorter, but no one's seen this yet.
Nigel, this is the first time I've actually met you and been to one of your speeches. I'm so pleased I came. You have inspired me tonight very, very much. When I listen to you say that you've been fighting for 27 years against Brexit, I've been fighting 26 years, so it gives me hope I've got 1 year left to probably to start turning things around. My question to you is, you said that Australia is basically 10 years behind the UK, as you see it. You spoke of people being apathetic, and I feel the same too. I think people are very apathetic because there's no true leadership in the country. If we have tonight, it is mostly the older generation that is here. What concerns me is the younger generation that I believe are being brainwashed in our educational system to the left-leaning way of thinking. I've been stopped from going on, or I'm not invited, on mainstream TV. The only people that give me an opportunity to speak to the public is Sky TV. So I thank them. Or if people watch the floor of Parliament and watch what I have to say. How do we get it out to turn around the younger generation to truly understand if as the older ones, and I'm getting to that age, we're getting to the end of our lives, and how do you turn it around in such a short period of time to try and stop the destruction of the family values and where this nation is going?
Well, Pauline, thank you very much. And it's lovely to meet you and to meet somebody who's taken as much abuse as I have over the last 26 years. It really is. And they'll never stop. Don't think they will. They'll never, ever stop. And it's the same with me. Pauline, look, I think the important thing to get on board here, yes, Australia today does feel to me like the UK felt 10 years ago. 10 years ago, people kept saying, but why aren't we in control? Why are these people in Brussels telling my business what I can and can't do? And there was that feeling of helplessness and that feeling that the establishment just wasn't on their side. And I'm beginning to get that feeling over the course of this week in Australia. It's a similar type of feeling that somehow Canberra is very, very disconnected from the lives of ordinary people. The optimistic thing I would say to you is this. There is still, in all of our countries, a majority for common sense. A majority out there of people who think we should talk about pregnant women as opposed to pregnant people or lactating persons. All right? This is all the language of capital cities, of left-wing media. So there's still a majority out there. There's enough of them to turn this around. On the younger generation, look, there has been a march through the institutions of the left, and it's not just the universities. They're poisoning our kids from the age of about 5 years old onwards. What can we do about it? parents must take a stand. All parents must take a stand.
Not even all, just
and
some.
Ultimately, we need massive educational reform in all of our countries. Our young people should be taught, as I was and you were, they should be taught critical thinking. They should be taught, here's a problem, here are two solutions, you make up your mind which of those you believe is the right one. They're now being taught, here's a problem, here are two solutions, one is virtuous and good, and if you believe the other one, you're somehow evil. That's where we've got to. Turning around education will take a long, long time. Getting our youngsters to have a balanced education, it's going to take time, but parents must engage, and I repeat the point, there's still a majority for common sense out there, but people need to be inspired. And to be inspired, they need leadership. And all the Conservative movement do is surrender and move back.
True.
Surrender and move back. Surrender and move back.
Yep.
And frankly, much of what is going on across the Western
Sorry, guys,
world,
I'm going to go back because that was probably the peak of what it, and we just lost it.
It's going to take time, but parents must engage, and I repeat the point, there's still a majority for common sense out there, but people need to be inspired. And to be inspired, they need leadership. And all the Conservative movement do is surrender and move back. Surrender and move back. Surrender and move back. And frankly, much of what is going on across the Western world is not the fault of the left. We know their agenda. We know what Black Lives Matter wants to do. We know what the Marxist wants to do. Much of the failure that is happening in our societies, in our countries, the devaluing of our Christian heritage, the devaluing of the family as a unit, all of those things, much of this is because of the cowardice of Conservative politicians and leaders right across the Western world. We need better people.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm going to return us back, but Stephen, before we've got some updates before we get to your analysis on that. What's happening on your front?
Reform have won their first seat.
Very good. Which seat was that?
Ashfield. It's kind of expected.
Do you know who the candidate is?
Yeah, it's Lee Anderson, who's actually a former Tory Conservative MP, and he left the party to run for Reform, and he actually has. Let's have a look, 43% of the vote. Labour second on 29%.
Yep. We're looking at it now. Very good.
It's huge.
Lee Anderson. Right. No, I actually have no idea who Lee Anderson is. The key ones I'm looking out for is Richard, Tice and Nigel's, the number one ones. The rest of them are basically backbenchers.
Well, this is good news for both Nigel and Richard, because if Lee Anderson's won this seat, Nigel should win his, Tice should win his, and also Andrew Bridgen, although he does have a Reform candidate running against him. There's a couple of other interesting results coming in the Midlands. Telford and Cannock Chase, Labour have won it, but Reform have finished second in Telford. Bridgen, they finished second as well, ahead of the Conservatives.
Ashfield, 8.2% for the Conservatives. Can you just imagine that? A 31% swing against the Conservatives.
Wow.
These are not small. 3% here, 4%. 31.
Yeah. Now, Cannock Chase is interesting because Labour won it with 16,000 votes. The Conservatives had 12, Reform UK had 11.5. Now remember, the UK is a first-past-the-post system. If they were preferential voting like we are here, and Reform and Conservatives swap preferences, they would have thrashed Labour. That would be 23k to 16k. The other thing to note is the turnouts are down.
Wow.
-6%, just like 55% turnout, 57% turnout, 47% turnout.
Any age demographic info yet? Probably not.
No. Probably can't get that from that unless probably only get that from exit polls. But it's showing that, unfortunately, there's a lot of people staying home and not voting. I think before Nigel took over Reform, that percentage would have been much larger. I think people were just not going to go out and vote. But when Nigel took over, people said, actually, I'll go out and vote now for reform.
Yeah.
But it's still, these turnouts are not good. And if we just say in this, so there's a turnouts minus 10%, 11%. If these people were disgruntled Conservative voters who were planning to go out and to vote for reform, they could have flipped some seats. They could flip some seats. So unfortunately, stay-at-home people are affecting these results. But good news that Reform have got their first seat.
No, absolutely. I did want to go back to that video we were talking about. But guys, just so you know, there are over 500 people listening live right now. The way the show's been tracking recently, I was pleased to announce the other night that we're averaging about 600,000 viewers per episode, which to me sounds shocking and not real. But we actually post across a number of different platforms, and we have multiple accounts. Like just on YouTube, we have 4 different accounts. So this is thanks to you guys giving it a share and getting it out there. If you like these streams, please click the link in the description and donate to the show so that I can keep the lights on. But leave a comment. Let me know what you guys think about this. We've still got quite a while left as we see how this goes. I'm considering bringing up Keir Starmer, who looks like very soon he might be bringing up his victory speech, and it'd be very, as you know, victory speeches can be very enlightening when they're delivered by Labor, just like with Albo saying, you know, I commit to the Uluru statement from the heart in full. We might be very interesting to hear what Keir Starmer says. But
which page?
Exactly, which page? That's a cracker. Stephen, going back to what Nigel was saying to Senator Hanson, obviously she asked about education, and Nigel really went into that. What were your thoughts on that? Obviously, that being your domain.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree with him. He's referring to basically the leftist takeover, particularly of the humanities departments over the last 40 years. And the thing is, you see, universities are a unique kind of institution. I would describe universities as sort of culture-shaping institutions, and maybe it's the ultimate culture-shaping institution because it's out of the universities that you get judges, that you get lawyers, that you get school teachers, primary school teachers, childcare workers, journalists, actors. I mean, everyone who has an impact on culture goes through the university mill. And universities have, been taken over by Marxists, postmodernists, basically people who hate the country, who hate Australia. They hate nationalism. They hate, a lot of them hate traditional masculinity. They hate Australia's or any Christian heritage. And it's had its effect on the youth. The youth have never been more ideological. And one interesting thing, I mean, Nigel Farage says, that most people are for common sense. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. My great fear, however, is that you've got a strong rump that are left wing, a strong rump that are conservative / common sense, if you like, but a huge proportion of people who just don't care. Now, that's not necessarily the end of the world, because you don't actually need massive numbers of people to change things. You just need enough dedicated people in key positions. Yeah. It's always nice to have the people on your side, but you don't always need it. Heaven knows the left hasn't had the people on its side over the last 40, 50 years, and look at the impact that it's had. So it just takes people with some motivation to make huge changes. And so would it be nice if all parents started complaining about the ideology in their schools? That would be incredible. That would be fantastic. But you don't need all parents doing it. You just need enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. What was the percentage of America that got behind the American Revolution?
About 1 in 3. 1 in 3 were patriots, 1 in 3 were loyalists, and 1 in 3 didn't care.
Right.
So Stephen is right.
But only 3% actually participated.
Is that
the odd 3%ers. That's what that militia is named after, is 3%ers. A lot of them had views, but people who actually participated, took up arms, only 3%.
Right, that's what I was looking for, and that tells you a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. And the not carers, they'll more or less go with the flow.
Yeah.
They'll more or less go with the flow.
Yeah, it is a bit of a concern in my mind that they do. We have even though we have mandatory voting in Australia, mandatory, you cop a fine if you don't. We're still seeing people increasingly not want to vote.
Yeah.
That did interestingly take a back step though for the referendum. It was almost as though, like obviously it was a simpler vote to do, but it was almost as though people felt like that was their opportunity to make their opinions heard.
Yeah.
That they didn't feel that an election would, because it's so convoluted with the vote being split between 15 parties in an election.
Well, the good thing about our voice referendum was that we saw how many people still love this country. And there are a lot of people in this country who still love this country, who still care about the future of this country and don't want it just handed over to left-wing activists. And so that was really fantastic. Now, in some ways, the good thing, if you're more conservative or libertarian inclined about non-compulsory voting systems, is that last I read, and I think it was Matt Goodwin's latest book, that older citizens are about 30% more likely to vote than younger citizens, and older citizens are more likely to vote for conservative parties. So non-compulsory systems can often work in the favour of conservatives, because frankly, the younger people talk a lot, they hit the streets a lot, but they don't vote. When it comes to the crunch, they don't get off their futons and wait in line to vote.
I think as long as we have compulsory voting in this country, there should be an option on the ballot paper for none of the above.
That's a good idea.
Actually, I think it should be on every ballot paper.
That's a cracker idea.
Yeah.
That is a cracker idea. But hang on, what happens if what would the threshold be? Is it 50%?
If 50 plus one vote, none of the above, you rehold the election until somebody wins.
Right. With the whole country or just by seat?
Oh, seat by seat.
That's a cracker idea. Yeah. You know, my another idea on that, and this is a radical thought, guys, but this is from, it's not mine, it's from Peter Schiff in America. He says that if you pay taxes, you should be able to vote. So obviously...
Or given an extra vote.
Given an extra... No, we can't, you can't do that, because then the corporations might just, it's not proportionate. It's like, and you exclude, obviously, the GST that everyone pays when they purchase things. It would be like if you submitted your last personal income tax in the last 3 years, at least one of them, then you get your vote. Because I think the real problem we do have in this country is over 50% taking more out of the welfare state than they're putting in, and unfortunately, that's not working. It's just not working.
It would have to be net tax though, because a lot of people pay tax but get more in benefits.
I think if you're submitting your tax returns, you should still be able to vote. I think you should still be able to vote, yeah.
Guys, the problem isn't welfare by and large. The problem is corporate welfare, government welfare. Focusing on the $3,000 here and there ignores the universities, the NGOs, the huge bloated billion-dollar organisations, the ABCs of this. This is small fry in terms of a numbers game of where it's at, and trying to focus on it is just going to distract from the very large salaries paid to...
It's both ends of welfareism. You've got one end on the take, not giving, and then you've got the other end, which is what you were just talking about, taking and not giving and collecting subsidies and so on. Yeah. So we're sort of bookended, and each end of these bookends are doing this, and that's why the middle class is being squeezed tighter and tighter and disappearing, which is what they want to happen.
I think the analogy Jordan Peterson uses, it's like where there's this old-fashioned cart being pulled along. You know, you put your crippled and the old and those that can't support themselves in the cart, and then the vast majority pulls the cart along. But the way it's getting, we've got 50% of the people, over 50%, sitting in the cart, many of which could be pulling the cart. And eventually it's going to get to the point where the people pulling the cart, they're just going to leave the cart altogether, go to another country, pull their own cart, you know, and that's what rich people are very good at. It's getting up and moving.
And that's why that's why Labor platforms which promise the world. I mean, Keir Starmer's literally part of his election pledge is to start breakfast clubs in schools where kids get free breakfast. I mean, he's Santa Claus. He's offering all this free stuff. And then when the question comes, well, how are you going to pay for it all? It's always the same answer. We're going to tax corporations more. We're going to tax the rich. But everyone knows that they're and Menzies was pointing this out back in 1942 in his Forgotten People speech. Everyone knows they're the ones who've got the money to be able to figure out how not to be taxed.
Yep.
And then that tax burden falls on the middle class.
Exactly. It falls...
We pay for it.
Precisely.
And this is typical Labour policy. It's like, yeah, we're going to give you free breakfasts for your whole time at school so that when you get to what will soon be 16, not 18, which, by the way, I just want to throw this in there, lowering the voting age to 16 is a prerequisite or a pre-move, let's say, to lowering the age of consent. Guarantee you that will come.
Wow!
In years'
Wow!
time.
Okay.
Well, we can have a whole conversation on that.
Yeah.
Bookmark that. Absolutely. Yeah.
But effectively, what he's doing is when these kids get to 16, it'll be like, don't forget to vote Labour. The people who gave you breakfast for the last 16 years, 14 years.
Yeah. I was going to say, going back to the history of how we got the vote, and guys, please, I'm open to being corrected where I'm wrong. Generically speaking, across the West, the reason why people were given the vote at all was if you were fighting for the country. Actually, originally, if we really want to go back, it was landowners, right? It was if you owned land, if we're going back to the Lord days almost.
Yes.
But later on, eventually, it was like, okay, if you're old enough to fight, you're old enough to vote. So men were given the vote. And then eventually that was, I'm talking in American terms, so 21. Then they were given the right to vote. And eventually that was given to women. Men, so they're like, okay, here you go. Women can have the vote too and, enter the workforce and in the second wave of feminism. And then now we're talking about lowering it even more. But as time goes along, kids are doing less and less what their parents and grandparents were doing at their age. So, kids might not move out of home till 30, whereas back in the day, they were definitely out of the house well before 20 and working and getting skills under their arms. But it feels like people are becoming more and more entitled, and yet the voting age is becoming lower and lower at a time when we're becoming more and more ignorant at a younger age. I would happily give up my vote if we had some stricter laws around it.
Well, look, I think... while it is tempting to say that you should only have a vote if you paid some tax, I think that sort of does go against our democratic ethos. I think the simpler way to reform it would be to raise the voting age to the age of 30, which sounds very radical. But the truth is, when you're 20 years old, you think you know everything. Right? Then you get to the age of 30 and you look back at when you were 20, you think, oh my God, I was so dumb. Well, you do the same thing at 40, looking back at 30, and you do the same thing at 50, looking back at 40. But under 30-year-olds... are kids, okay, and they're still trying to work the world out. Now, the name of the greatest legislative body in the history of the world was the Roman Senate. It's around for 700 years, and that Latin word Senate comes from the word grey hair. Okay, so they wanted people with grey hair making the decisions for the collective, for the state. Now, I think that we would have, and as Stephen said, he's very right. The older people get, the more they vote right. Okay, that's because they become wiser, and they can see through phonies. They can see through when you're in your 20s and a Labor leader comes along or a left-wing leader comes along and says, "Oh, I've got free stuff. Vote for me. There's all free stuff." And in your 20s, you think that sounds fantastic. When you get past the age of 50, you've been around the block once or twice, and you become a lot wiser. You then think, "Well, I can see through you, Mr. Phony. You're actually trying to enslave us through all this welfare." So. Raise the voting age to 30. The campaign starts today.
Yeah.
Well, Aristotle said the same thing, so you've got one of the greatest minds in history on your side, John.
Well, I think he also said that the perfect difference between a man and a wife should be she should be 18 and he should be 36. He should be double her age, I think he said. So might be something in that as well.
I think we need to start the Aristotle party. I think we've got our platform there, basically.
Yeah. Again, guys, with the voting thing, I am not fully sold on it. I think there's a huge room to have a robust debate on it. The last thing I want is a situation where we're going to foreign wars and people below 30 is being sent to die, but also not being able to vote. There are a lot of problems and a lot of room for discussion on this. But just throwing it out there, because the left have opened it up. They're like, all right, well, let's give the vote to 16-year-olds. And it's like, are you joking? Your brain as a male doesn't fully develop till 25. It fully develops younger as a woman. I mean, the idea that we'd lower it to 16 is just nuts.
Well, look, they clearly are doing it for base political purposes. Yeah. Because they think, but the interesting trend around the world is young people are shifting to the right.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw that in European elections.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, Jeff, if we can get up later, if there is an age breakdown. In the US, young people are voting for Trump. Now, this was not expected. It's very welcome. Now, it may well be that I think if you're an 18-year-old kid today and you've come through the last, 13 years of education, you've had all this rainbow stuff shoved down your throat and sorry days shoved down your throat and all this global boiling, of course, shoved down your throat. I think kids naturally are rebels, and I think they are rebelling against this crap. Okay, so maybe I should get on the look. I think it might just be a temporary thing about the youth rebelling. They rebel against the current establishment.
Yeah.
The establishment has usually been the right. The last 20 years, the establishment's been the left. So they're rebelling against that.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so-
Yeah, and I had Topher Field here in the first podcast, and he made a really fascinating point. I'd never heard of it. Earlier on in the podcast, I said, "Don't be surprised if populism manifests itself in ways you don't conceive of."
Right.
Like the GameStop revolution in 2021, when people wanted to short that stock, the EB GameStop, to stick it in the nose of those on Market Street. It comes up in ways you don't expect. Now, Topher said something really interesting about the youth. I said, why is it that they're all growing out their mullets? And he said it's because they don't want to be thought of as gay.
Right.
And I was like, isn't that fascinating? You've totally got my support now. Isn't that crazy?
You're going to start growing a mullet now.
Well, look, I'm a bit older. I'm a bit older, and I'm, obviously, I do a conservative commentary. It's pretty clear where I stand. But the young guys coming up, the idea that they want to put themselves out there, especially as a male that's looking for women's attention, and to be like, no, I just want to be absolutely clear. I am a masculine man. I've got
So I'm going to grow my hair long.
healthy mullet. Look, you're all sorted, Stephen.
I am. That's true. I'm privileged. Yeah.
You're privileged. That's a different time.
Of wife privilege.
Can we have an election update from our psephologist?
No, please,
I'm keen
yeah.
to see where we're up to.
Absolutely.
Not a huge amount of change.
This is a really slow moving. I mean, I thought we'd be done and dusted with the results
still
by
waiting
now.
for this. It usually comes in a flood where you get about 100 results.
Galloway's out. Rochdale. Galloway's out.
Good.
He's out.
Good news.
Sorry. Please explain to the audience because I have no idea what you mean.
George Galloway, Workers' Party, pro-Palestinian.
That's a shame. I know
Based
that
communist,
guy.
though. Based communist.
Yeah. He says a few interesting things.
So Tristan Tate was Galloway's largest donor, I do believe. Yeah.
Make it make sense.
I like Galloway.
There's a lot to like.
Yeah, there's a lot to like.
He's
about
also on the
Galloway.
opposite
He's
because he
honest.
speaks his
Sorry,
mind.
Jeff, I cut you off.
A couple of interesting results here and there. Reform. I'll just go through some of Reform's percentages. 21%, 21, 29, 20, 27. Obviously, they had the win, which was, I think, 43, 25, 19, 33, 29. So they're certainly getting up there.
But this is the north, isn't it?
Mostly the north at the moment. A little bit. Where else? Blackpool, Whitehaven, one seat down south. I just want to point out as well that Reform are basically doing this on the back of no organisation, no money. Nigel coming in at the last minute, like the minor parties here, they're totally disorganised. They have no structure whatsoever. They've been doing it on the fly. They're getting very little media coverage, of course. And if they do get media coverage, it's negative because it's like they're just waiting for Nigel to slip up, or there was that issue where they threw that actor in.
Yeah, and the plants where they put all they outsourced to a company to actually assess their candidates and do background checks on the candidates, and it was a total plant sting operation sort of thing. And it's like, whoa.
Ofcom overturned the complaint, which you're talking about the actor, where Channel 4 ran a special about a volunteer for Reform who talked about, said a bunch of slurs, was not someone that Reform would have wanted as part of it had they known that. Turns out he had an actor page, and one of his features that he had was secret filming.
Yes.
This is a terrible look to be volunteering for that. But then Channel 4 then ran that. Ofcom it delivered their result. This is the day before the election. They delivered they wanted an urgent investigation. They were looked into it. 270 does not merit. Dismiss the complaints. Dismiss the complaints. Ofcom said it did not merit, despite running an actor that they previously had a relationship, talked about secret filming, said he was a volunteer for reform. Ofcom said it doesn't matter. But make sure you have proportional time for covering all the different parties, or Ofcom will give you a big fine. But this doesn't merit.
Yeah, it's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. Guys, if you're listening on this, please give it a share. Subscribe if you haven't already. We're really close to monetizing the ARC podcast so that we can start getting Google to pay us for these things as well. So please do. And if nothing else, please donate to the link in the description. Going back to what's going on in the UK election, I just think that what they're doing with these parties is revolutionary. Nigel Farage was under no illusions with this election. He didn't want to run. He threw his name in after getting on the ground and people saying, Nigel, I got into this fight because of you. I'm expecting you to run in this. He begrudgingly actually was like, you know what? You're right. I've got to do it. And I've got to stand up. Win or lose, I've got to do it. And I think the number one thing that he did that's not really being done in many countries around the world, especially Australia, is the fact that he's setting up and says, it's not just about this election. This isn't just about, running in the next 6 weeks. This is about a 5-year, 10-year sort of plan where we're going to lay down the foundations of a revolution to take this country back. I think that's really phenomenal. And I mean, the UAP, this is undeniable. The amount of times we've seen them come in at the last minute, Clive comes in, launches a campaign, and he doesn't set any kind of branch structure up. Nigel has said on Friday, we begin the rebuilding process of the Reform UK Party. We're starting a branch process. There will be democratic primaries. I mean, this is brilliant. We're just going to turn the volume on now. Sorry, it appears that what's going on is Nigel's just arriving. We're going to turn the volume on now.
What's a good vote set for reform tonight? What do you want to vote set?
I think I can hear myself, Rami. There might be something that's...
Is that Rebel News there?
That's Ezra.
Yeah, that is Ezra Levant. Yeah, Rami, something's looping. Something's looping.
Is that Rebel News there?
That's Ezra.
Yeah, that is Ezra Levant. Yeah, Rami, something's looping. Something's looping. All right, Rami, what we're going to do is switch to this audio, mute the PC, and we'll go from there.
Well, yes, could be the exit poll says 13.
There we go.
13.
There we
Quite
go.
where it's going to lie around that mark, we just don't know. I'm just intrigued, quasi-quoting, that when he said, what would you like your vote share to be, he was asking as much as possible. I mean, it's a bit of an obvious...
Yes.
All right, we're going to keep monitoring this, guys.
To selections, and they'd say,
very good.
And what do you think of taxes?
All right, guys. We're going to keep an eye on this. I want to see Nigel Farage's speech. I want to see Starmer's speech. We're hanging around for this. For those of you listening, there's at least 500. That's building up to 1,000 people listening across the different platforms live. Very well done. Where were we? We were talking about how Nigel Farage said this is about building a brand structure, a long-term plan for the country to take it back, to actually start a real opposition, because the Conservatives will be in opposition, but they won't be the opposition, as we see how close the manifestos are with Labor. Did you guys have any thoughts on?
Well, Joel, did you say? I'm very pleased to hear that Nigel wants to build a party infrastructure.
Yeah.
Did I hear you say that he said that there will be primaries to select their candidates in the future?
He said there will be a branch structure. I'm happy to find that part of the interview where he said that. He was at GB News, the last one he did, GB News interview. I'll pull that up. But yes, he said, look, we didn't expect to be have this sting operation where we had all these things on. I admit I've been out of the loop. Richard Tice has been taking care of everything. He didn't throw him under the bus or anything. He said Richard has thrown $1 million of his own money into this, but I understand it's not a perfectly organised organisation. Minor parties often aren't, and mistakes are made. But on Friday, we begin the rebuilding of this party and the planning long term. And I think that gives people trust and that investment. It's like securing a long-term bond with a very stable government sort of thing, rather than investing in, say, crypto, not bagging crypto, but is very unstable relatively to bonds. That was, I do believe.
Well, I hope that the way for these parties to have a sustainable future is to have democratic selection processes for their candidates. Now, this is why what's happened in America is the Republican Party has been completely transformed because of Trump. It's now a MAGA party, but it's still the same institution, but internally it had a complete revolution, and that was able to happen because there's the democratic process, there's the primaries. Now, that's hard to happen in the Liberal Party of Australia because it's basically run by factions. There's not much democratic input. It's increasing a little bit, but not enough. So I hope with Farage, the best way to vet candidates is to have a primary. Say, look, you want to be the candidate, the Reform candidate for this particular seat? Well, there's 4 other candidates, and they're going to go out there for 2 months and have a contest. Now, if somebody has said something that is unacceptable or has got some radical views, that will come out in the primary. It's better to come out in the primary than they don't win the primary than it to come out in the general election, which has happened in the last few days, and it's been damaging to Reform a little bit, not as much as feared. So this is what I very much hope and look, I suspect that's what his instincts would be. Let's have a primary to select our candidates.
Yeah, it's a free market approach.
Exactly, laissez-faire. Yes.
Yeah, laissez-faire approach. Yeah. Nigel is thinking very long term, and that's good strategically. I'm sort of thinking now long term in terms of how successful he might be, and it seems to me everything will depend on how things go over the next 5 years under Labor in terms of the economy and in terms of immigration. So if things get better under Labor, it's hard to think that the Tories or RUK will have much of a hope of getting out of opposition. But if things go badly, then the question will be, will Tories try to rebrand as Conservative or merge with the... So much hangs really on whether Labor can do a good job or not. I really don't see it offering any actual solutions to the structural problems in terms of the cost of living and in terms of immigration in England. It seems to offer no solutions to that whatsoever. It talks about a lot of other things, but it doesn't seem directly to be addressing any of that. Yeah. Maybe because it suspects there are no solutions. I don't know.
Well, when we last had a Labor government get elected in the UK, it was in 1997. It was looks to be a very, very similar result when Tony Blair won. The big difference is this. When Tony Blair was campaigning as the opposition leader, he basically said openly, Margaret Thatcher was right about economics and I support her 100%. That's what he said. Okay, and that Blair government was, for a Labor government, reasonably good on economics. And that was why it was a long-term government. Now, with Keir Starmer and all the left-wing parties around the world today, they are really left. Okay, it really started with Obama. You know, there used to be a conservative faction, it used to be called the moderates, in the Democratic Party of the United States. There used to be, the Liberals and the moderates. Bill Clinton was from the moderates. Jimmy Carter was from the moderates. LBJ and JFK were from the moderates. And then after the disaster of Iraq, the Democrats in 2008 chose their first left-wing presidential candidate since the 1930s, Barack Obama. Now, he's very charismatic, he's highly intelligent, he's very likeable for a lot of people, but he's a really hard left guy. He's completely transformed that party. There is no moderate faction in the Democrats anymore. They're all lefties. Now, it's the same with the British Conservative Party. Now, he's not Jeremy Corbyn. He's not far off it. At least Jeremy Corbyn's honest about what he stands for. So you're saying, Stephen, well, depends upon how Labor goes in the next 5 years. Yeah, it certainly does. I don't think it's going to go real good at all. They haven't got one good policy. Okay, so it's just getting all the things we don't like about the Conservative government, they're worse. Now, we had to go through this difficult period, and this is a difficult period for the right in the UK, but we can't blame Nigel Farage for it because 5 years ago, when they had the big Brexit election with Boris Johnson, the Tories won it by a lot. Now, why did they win it by so much? Because Nigel Farage, who was the father of Brexit, very nobly stood down. He said, we're not going to contest. We want Boris to win so we can get Brexit. And that's what happened. But he just got about 40% of the vote in the European elections.
Well, sorry to cut you off, John, but specifically what he did was he had 600 candidates ready to go.
You're right.
In fact, he filled that whole auditorium full of them. They were ready to go to war because of the betrayal. They did in 6 weeks the MEP elections. They won the vast majority of votes there because it's a different way of voting.
Yes.
And then they got Britain out. But what's important is he simultaneously kneecapped Labor in 100 key seats, which is exactly what he's doing to the Conservatives this election. But he said, hey, you squandered that 80-seat majority. I delivered it to you. You didn't want to do a deal. I gave you a blank check, and you screwed us. So now there's no excuses. There's no excuses. So I don't want. And he's like, well, a vote for the Tories is a wasted vote. And the better he does in this election, the better positioned he'll be to make a deal with the Conservative Party, and maybe they can come in under to him. We have no idea how good these results will be.
Jeff, have we got any nationwide votes on the polling?
Nationwide percentages?
Yeah.
Or, yes.
Not the polling, the results. The results. Here we go.
Yeah, that would be cracker.
Seats?
I'm happy to pull it up if I know where it's from, by the way.
Well, we've got vote share. Conservatives 37%, Labour 30%, Reform 20%, Lib Dems 6%, Green 6%, everyone else about half.
So far, I mean, according to that, the Tories are going to win by a mile. So obviously they're counting in areas which are more friendly to the Tories, which is the more rural areas.
Sure.
It's quicker to vote, quick count votes in the rural areas. Maybe they're smarter in rural areas, they can add up quicker.
I did find the clip where Nigel is talking about his plan for the next 5 years, and I think this is the most important thing. I do see that there are speeches going on right now, but we won't.
Sorry, I was reading from the wrong chart there.
That's all right, but we won't. But we won't go to that now. We'll wait till we see Keir Starmer coming up. But on this clip, Nigel goes into his next 5-year plan.
Ever been in the European Parliament, and by the way, not chosen because they were X, Y, or Z, chosen on ability. So, if I'd known what I was inheriting a month ago, well,
you'd have.
I still have done it, but I clearly.
Would you not have done it if you'd known? Because it annoys you so much. And
it annoys me greatly. But I can see what happened. They literally put out a Charlie article. Anyone that wants to stand, please come and stand. And one of the ironies of this, Chris, is having smashed the BNP out of existence, some of these really fringy, unpleasant types have got nowhere else to go. I will, starting on Friday, professionalise Reform UK, democratise Reform UK, build a branch structure around the country. And do you know what really matters? Yes, I want us to be the voice of opposition in the House of Commons. The Conservatives can't be. Sunak won't be there. They're divided. I want to be the voice of opposition to Starmer in the Commons, but more importantly, in the country. And the ambition, we establish this bridgehead tomorrow and then build a mass movement for real change.
We'll come to that in a second. What do you think of this criticism of Keir Starmer not working Friday evenings with his family? Do you understand?
Yeah, that's something else. Look,
that was very encouraging.
Yeah.
It's hard not to believe him.
Yes. So he's around for the long haul. Yeah. He's talking about building an infrastructure and internally democratic. So that is encouraging.
And do you see, just listening to him talk, that's the real man.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
You know, he doesn't come across in any way, shape, or form as a politician.
Correct.
Such a rare character trait that he's got.
Absolutely. Authenticity is key.
That's it. It's authentic. And I'll retract something I said about Pauline. It's not that she has charisma, she has authenticity. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, it's honestly the only word I could think of. I used to think it was transparency. So back in 2020 when I started my original show, The Arc, with a C, guys, we're going to go to Keir Starmer now because he's just, thank you for that. Now, should I bring this up on my screen, Rami? Yeah. Rami, do it on my screen because we're going to get feedback from that. I think you've got something playing. Here, I'll just play it on here. Here we go.
Thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference.
Elmo doing that.
And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area.
Okay, can I just jump in while he's clapping? His vote is down minus 17.4%.
His vote? What do you mean?
Is it the change in the vote from the last election? Minus 17%.
What was it? What was it previously? It was a vast majority.
Yeah, you'd be up there in the 60, 70%.
Really?
Where's it gone to?
It seems to have gone to an independent called Andrew Feinstein.
Who else ran in the seat?
Oh, loads of people. What they're doing in the south is they're piling in like 10 candidates from all these...
Dan Andrews.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened to Dan Andrews, isn't it? Where they ran 14 candidates in the seat and they split...
Yeah.
So who's come second in his seat?
This independent.
Right.
And then the Greens came third, yuck. Tories down by 8%. Yeah, as predicted, the Reform aren't doing very well in the south.
Yep.
They're getting, 5, 10, 15%.
Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Okay, there you go. Keir Starmer giving his acceptance speech. We've just been crunching the numbers.
Maybe he learned from Albo.
It's pretty shocking. He's lost in terms of share percentage. He's down over 17%.
Yeah, so last election in 2019, he got 36,641 votes. He's now down to 18,884. So his vote share's been eaten into by the independent Andrew Feinstein, who came in second place. Also, the Greens have doubled their votes. But at the same time, it's not exactly a ringing endorsement of Keir Starmer, but we are now looking at Nigel Farage in Clacton, where his seat announcement is imminent. We'll just see. And we can talk to Mark White, who is in Clacton with Nigel Farage as he awaits his fate. Mark.
Is this Nigel's 8th time running?
Yes, indeed. Just looking over the balcony at Nigel at the moment. I'm going to try and shout down to him. Just say hello. Nigel, you're on GB News at the moment. How are you feeling?
Oh, he's above him.
Well, we'll find out in 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
For the party as a whole, I mean, it's been incredible, hasn't it?
Oh, I think some of the scores up and down the country are remarkable. Short space of time.
What an amazing balcony interview.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Incredible. But this is just the first step.
Okay, we've been told not to interview you anymore. Thank you very much for chatting to us there briefly to say that, it has been incredible. And I think from Nigel Farage's point of view, the case he will see for reform of the voting system has only been strengthened by what is unfolding this evening. We're seeing it in so many of the counts, a very strong showing from reform, coming in second place in many of those constituencies, big swings towards the Reform Party. And of course, they've already now returned their first MP, Lee Anderson, up there in Ashfield.
I'm genuinely shocked, and I apologise, guys. I would have started this later if I knew they were going to go into the night till 3 a.m. at least. I mean, I'm very surprised. It's not like they have a preferential voting system.
Yeah, that's good.
There's two unusual things about this election, or there's two changes to the way they're voting. The first one is the polls closed at 10 p.m. That's very unusual. I'm pretty sure they used to close at either 5 or 6. But remember, it's also UK summer, and it's light in most of the UK until 10 p.m. In some parts of the north, it's light. It's light till 10:30. And we've only just gone past equinox, summer equinox. And the other major change is it's the first election where you have to show ID.
Really? Well, so who brought that in? The Conservatives?
I guess so.
Must have been.
They did one good thing.
They did
right.
one good thing. Yes.
Kudos. I mean, if you've secured, it's more than America and Australia. I mean, well done.
Yeah.
If nothing else. All right, that's good.
But I think there's going to be a tsunami in the next hour.
Yeah.
I think,
results.
Oh yeah.
there
I
will
think
be.
they're going to really start flooding in now. So we'll have a very good idea
too.
in 20 minutes, I'd say.
Absolutely.
It might explain why Labour's vote isn't going anywhere. Suddenly you have to start showing ID.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Starmer's opponent is an interesting one. Used to be in the South African Parliament for the ANC.
Really?
Really.
What do you mean Starmer's? Which person?
The Independent.
Feinstein, the Independent.
Who came
Used to be in the-
second.
Yep. Then moved to the UK. Long interesting one, but that's just the taste. That's just a top. Take that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hang on. Context. That party, guys, is the one that you may have seen the viral videos of with the red flag saying "Death to the Boers," the farmers in South Africa.
That's the EFF.
Is that the EFF?
That's the EFF.
All right. I've just defamed someone.
No,
That's
this is the leading party.
Right.
Used to be Mandela's party, but now the leading party, which is
Okay.
not far off, has instituted pretty much all the same rules, which is you can't start your own business unless you have a black partner. If you have more than 50 employees, you've got to have a certain proportion black-owned. All pretty much the same, except
moderately radical.
Except they don't chant "kill the Boer."
Okay, so this is like the Labour Party in a way of South Africa, not really the
Greens.
The Greens, yeah, per se.
But he'll be a lefty.
Oh, very.
I've got a feeling he may actually be pro-Palestinian, and Keir Starmer might have a high Arabic population.
Correct. Yep.
For sure. By the way, in that seat, just so you guys know, with first past the post, the way it works, if you get 10% of the vote, and everyone else is less than that, you win the seat. So if they stack as many candidates in as possible and totally split the vote, you could win with a tiny amount of the electorate. So, Stephen, sorry, you were about to...
No.
Oh, very good.
Keep going, yeah.
Very good. No, look, this is the problem Nigel's been saying in the past. In the past, they've gotten 4 million votes when he ran the UKIP party, and they got 1 seat. And this is the problem. Our upper house in Australia allows us to get in minor parties, people of, not one-issue parties, but people of conviction that aren't bound to a large party structure. That's how the Greens sort of first got going. That's how a lot of these minor parties first started to get going in Australia. But in the UK, the upper house is something out of the feudal era. It's like the House of Lords is our Senate over there, except there's no democratic vote. It's literally just the Prime Minister appoints it, right?
Oh, a lot of people inherited it.
Inherit?
Sure, yeah.
You mean the House of Lords?
Please explain. Please explain for the audience.
But Blair kind of got rid of that slowly, and now when Starmer gets in, he'll finish off what Blair started.
Yep.
It used to be hereditary peers. There still are a few left.
About 70 odd.
Yeah, it was actually a good system, going back to what John was saying about the grey hairs, because these people, even though they were appointed, they had more. They were more engaged and interested in what they were doing, and they actually acted like a house of review and because people say, oh, you can't inherit these things. Well, these traditions were passed on from generations of people, and it was kind of like we have to uphold the family name and the family tradition, and we have to behave honourably. And I remember seeing the laws when I was younger, and they always used to make fun of it in spitting image, rubbery images, whatever you called it here, and they just have them covered with cobwebs and going, couldn't speak properly. It was just a bunch of geriatrics almost, but it's actually, I think after what Blair has done to it, it just shows you that tradition is sometimes better, and there's a reason it was done. And now, with the Blairite revolution, the left can effectively stack the House of Lords with whoever they want. And you look at some of the people in there, and it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing.
On the contrary, fun fact: Candace Owens' husband, his father is a member of the House of Lords, which is quite interesting. But no, yeah. Look, I think that's why Nigel started off. There's a few reasons why he started off reform. John referred to the reform Party in Canada and how they ended up dominating and becoming the Conservative Party essentially, but also Nigel wanted to bring reform to the way the UK votes in elections. It's not fit for purpose, he argued. And yeah, I mean, they do need that.
Well, look, it is, he's right. The problem that we've got in reform in the UK electoral system is this. It's really going to be whoever's got control of the House of Commons who's going to make the decision. So when a new government comes in,
that's right.
They've just won under the existing system. So they don't want any reform.
Yeah.
It's when they're in opposition, they say, oh, this isn't fair, this isn't fair. Now, what we see here, reform is very likely to end up with a lot more votes than the little Liberal Democrats. But the Liberal Democrats are going to end up with a lot more seats, okay, because they concentrate their votes in certain areas in the southwest. But look, I actually think under the Westminster system, the fairest, most democratic system that we actually have is New Zealand. They have the electoral system, like the constituencies or electorates, but then they also have in the same chamber basically a proportional representation. So there's little parties in there, and it's healthy for democracy. So how they're going to get that through the UK will be difficult. Labor will have no interest in it, That is a bad electoral system, no question. It is not democratic. What we're seeing here is not democratic. What should happen in the British legislature, let's say reform ends up with, I'm guessing, 17%. If they end up with 17%, ideally they should have 17% of the legislators, but they're not going to.
I will say with New Zealand, I do think they need to scrap those 6 Maori seats. I think that's terrible.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes,
because you can opt in, if you're Maori, you can opt in to be on everyone's roll, or you can opt in to be on the Maori roll. And it's the Maori party that always wins, and they always end up voting with like the Greens and Labor. Yes. And it's terrible. I mean, it's terrible. I don't know what you guys think about any of that.
Well, it's just John said. I mean, the very people who have the power to change the system are the ones with the most to lose from changing the system. And certainly, given as the Brits like to say these days, the stonking victory of Labor, there'll be no changes to the voting system in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, in Australia, and obviously, if we're going to opine about the upper house here and how it works, it wasn't meant to be partisan with what happens. It's similar in the USA. It wasn't meant to be partisan with regards to the actual the states so much, the senators or even the Supreme Court. But in Australia, the senators were meant to be advocates for the states.
That's right.
Because that's how federation came about. It was the states opting in.
And immediately they were representing parties, not states.
Yeah.
The first federal election was in March 1901, and immediately it was just politicised. So yes, it didn't work.
Yeah, because this is the problem. The reason why you're meant to advocate on behalf of the state is the last thing you want is for other states to be able to rape and pillage, per se, the resources of another state. Like the idea that we'd, for example, let's just say, we wanted to completely remove all of the uranium and give none of the benefits to South Australia. And we just used it for the other states because we have more senators between us to outnumber them. The idea that these parties, these overarching structures, would create a loyalty to party over your own state, over your own local people, because all politics is local. That was what a lot of the founding fathers in America and Australia were worried about. And so they tried to put these bulwarks in, but ultimately, and a moral populace will always work out a way or change the rules to get around it. And so it tells us we've got to work on the culture, and that's what this is about, education.
We've had the first seat that Conservatives gained from Labour, interestingly.
Okay.
Leicester
Really?
East. That's not the most interesting thing about this seat, though. There were 10 candidates. Let me just read out the names of the 10 candidates. Shivani Raja, Rajesh Agarwal, Zufar Haq, Claudia Webb, Keith Vaz, Raj Solanki, Mags Lewis, Maliha Adam, Nagarjun Agath, Kandu Patel. So there's 7 or 8 very obviously English names there.
Very good.
So who has come second here there, Jeff?
Second, Labour came second.
So
Ooh, good grief, that was a 30% drop in their vote.
Well, what happened? That's fascinating. So where is Leicester East?
It's Leicester, and then you go east. It's the Midlands.
If I can point
It's
out,
the Midlands.
you might think Claudia Webb she migrated from, her parents migrated from Africa with that Windrush generation, and she was kicked out of the Labour Party after she was accused in a series of scandals, but the main one they were able to prove was not just harassment, assault, getting people to then background and keep private eyes on the people who'd been assaulted. So very nasty character.
And Keith Vaz, I believe, is an ex-Labour MP as well.
Interesting.
Running as an independent. No, well, a party called One Leicester.
Very interesting. Well, guys...
only two Leicesters. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Mr. Farage is about to come up.
Yes, we're going to keep an eye on that, but in order to keep this moving along, because we've got hundreds of people, which I wasn't expecting to be tuning into this channel, please subscribe to the channel. I'm just going to switch over to a different topic while we wait for Nigel to come on, because often we could be waiting 30 minutes for these things. The debate was last Friday. I cannot believe how much time has actually gone by. It feels like this happened 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like there are years. What was that quote we said yesterday, Jeff? There are decades where nothing happens.
Yeah.
And then there are months where decades happen. 2020 was one of those years where it felt like decades of progress and things happened that the establishment was trying to push through, and they did push through. It was digital ID and everything. Well, this is the headline that the Associated Press ran with. Biden at 81, sharp and focused, but sometimes confused and forgetful. I mean, it's the Babylon Bee has nothing on this.
That's a headline that should be that climate alarmists write. Climate change is making it warmer and colder.
Well, it's a repeat of fiery but largely peaceful protest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Biden at 81, yeah.
Another headline with regards to this. The First Amendment is out of control. This is from the New York Times that benefits from the First Amendment. I mean, the media is out of control. What's going on with this? They're completely disconnected from what's actually happening on the ground. So this whole Biden thing, he was geriatric. He completely didn't know where he was. Just a lot of viral videos have been going around this last 5 days since the debate, showing how aware he used to be. This is just one example of it.
Senator Biden. How are you? Skip Lumberg from the 90s.
Hey, Skip, how are you? Nice to see you. How you doing?
Good. So, are you sorry you weren't up there yourself, or you were relieved?
Oh, I couldn't have done as well as Clinton by a long shot. He did a first-rate job tonight. I think if someone had had amnesia the last 4 years and came back and tuned this in, they'd assume it was a two-person race, Clinton and Perot. I mean, I was dumbfounded at the president. He wasn't even in it. I mean, he didn't get it. Doesn't understand. I don't know what's going on.
What's the big difference?
The fundamental difference is you got a guy who still is stuck in the past in everything. I mean, what skills he had as a leader in the Cold War are irrelevant. Here's a guy saying keep 150,000 troops in Europe, but don't go near Bosnia. Well, what the hell are they there for? I mean, there's no Soviet Union. There's no threat. I happen to believe we should keep troops in Europe. I think 100,000 is more than enough for pre-positioning purposes. But, I mean, he has no clue. And I thought the best one was trying to convince the American people it's not an economic problem.
Yeah,
right. That was good.
Rich.
That was real good. I like that.
We gotta go.
So, with all these surrogates here, is this what the new Clinton administration is going to look like?
Oh, I'm going to be chairman of the Judiciary Committee, helping put through 3 or 4 really sound, first-rate Supreme Court justices, pray God.
You're just so aware. Now, a lot of people are worried that Kamala Harris is going to be, the next one. The meme reads, guys, middle of a sentence approaches, Kamala Harris laughing, cackling like a hyena. What do you guys think? The betting odds are plummeting for Biden. Kamala is now the second to Trump with regards to the polling. What were your thoughts after that debate, guys, and the landscape and how the Democrats sort of positioned themselves and CNN turning on Biden and everything?
Well, look, it's completely gripping drama if you're into politics, what's happened in exactly the last week from now. Now, what we're witnessing in America is far more reminiscent of a parliamentary leadership spill than a presidential nominating contest. Okay, so there's all these leaks, there's these party elders coming out and pledging loyalty, the polls are against the leader, there's an old leader who's too old, who doesn't know his time has come to go. It's just like, Malcolm Turnbull's dying days, or Bob Hawke's dying days. And the Americans are not used to this. In Australia, we're very used to it. We've seen parliamentary schools, and that's what's happening here. Now, the question is what's happening with the demise of Biden, is it simply the result of unplanned chaos and the Democrats sort of don't quite know where it's going to end up, or is it pre-planned? Is it a conspiracy? Now, I have long thought, I wrote an article in The Spectator on the 1st of January this year. I said, Michelle 2024. And I think that it's, you're right about the betting markets. Michelle is in third place, a distant third place, but she's narrowing. There was a poll out the other day in the Wall Street Journal saying that Trump beats all the Democrats, except Michelle beats Trump 50-39. And I think that it has been... Look, look, if they end up with Biden at the end of this, and they still might, or if they end up with Kamala at the end of this, which they still might, then that means that this is just chaos. This is unplanned chaos, because why would they go through all this bother to end up with either a very damaged Joe Biden or a permanently damaged silly Kamala? So if that's what ends up happening, and that's what the betting market's saying is most likely, then it's just chaos. And that's good for Trump.
There's been a lot of rumours about this. Sorry to cut you off, but picking up on the point about the Obamas versus the Bidens, there's a lot of speculation that there's a lot of tension there.
Absolutely.
And we might be seeing a situation where, look, Jill Biden, she really doesn't want to give up this spotlight. Her and the family, they're really enjoying this, and things aren't exactly cordial with regards to, and it kind of explains the body language when Obama was at the White House with Biden, how he sort of stole the spotlight and didn't even give any consideration or respect to the sort of the I just thought, okay, he's just a bigger star at the time, but it's actually existing. It almost sounds like Obama is saying what he has to stay cordial and statesmanly to the Democrats, but behind his back, everyone is turning against Biden, and everyone is trying to get Biden to stand down, and that's looking more and more likely and imminent in the next few weeks.
What about the issue of campaign
Biden will be gone in
donations?
2 weeks.
Now, from what I can understand, all the donations to the Biden-Harris campaign have to stay with Biden-Harris. They can't be transferred to say, Michelle. So they would lose that. But would they need it? Would they need it?
Well, no. Well, on that point, you are correct. Okay, but they've got a way around that. They can simply return the donations to the donor, and then just say, well, look, if you'd like to support Michelle or whoever it is, and so they can. You're right. It's a lot of logistics, but they can get around it. But look, once Michelle's in, Silicon Valley, Hollywood, and Wall Street haven't opened their purse yet. Okay, well, I suspect they will if Michelle gets in.
Yeah.
But okay, just to throw another spanner in the works, will not Americans see through this? I mean, what on earth is she doing running for president other than being the wife of a former president? I mean, will they not see this as a very cynical Hail Mary play just to beat Trump?
Well,
what qualification does she have?
She's never run for elected office. Okay. Now she has successfully created this impression that all she wants to do in life is be a good mum and a good wife. Okay, that's the impression that she has created. The truth is, she's been an intensely political person since she was a baby. Her dad was a reasonably senior person, the very corrupt Democratic machine in Chicago, and she has grown up her whole life in the political bubble. Her best friend growing up was Jesse Jackson's daughter. But she has, she's more political than Barack. She married Barack because she thought this guy can be the president. So, no, I think that they have been planning it. Look, the Obamas loved living in the White House, and they want to get back there. And you're right, Joel, the Obamas and the Bidens do not like each other. Obama, he's the Democratic nominee in the middle of 2008, and he needs a vice president. And he's thinking, okay, look, I'm a left-winger, I'm black, I'm very inexperienced. So what do I need? I need a white guy, an old guy, and a guy who's been around forever. Come on down, Joe Biden.
And someone dumb.
That's right. That's right. Now, very quickly, Obama is not dumb. Obama's very smart. Now, he might be borderline communist, okay, but he's got a lot of charisma. Sure. He's got a lot going for him, Barack Obama, and he can see how much of a cheap piece of trash this Joe Biden is. How him and his family just want to go and enrich themselves. Obama's not, you'd never call him corrupt, but he knew that Biden was corrupt. And then in 2016, Joe Biden wants to run for president. Barack sits him down and says, no, I'm not going to endorse you, I'm going to endorse Hillary. So that was a big snub, and then Hillary loses. So Joe Biden says, well, I was right, you were wrong, Barack Obama. And then in 2019, Joe Biden says, I want to run for president, and Barack Obama tries to talk him out of it. but he goes ahead and he wins anyway. So Biden can now say, I'm not going to listen to you, Barack Obama. But Obama's going around at the moment with all these photo ops with Biden and fundraisers and everything, and they're looking like they're mates, but there is immense tension between them.
I don't know if the Obamas will actually like being back in the White House, because unlike their current home, there's nowhere to drown their chefs.
But they got more tools to call on.
Unless they use the fountain.
They got more tools to call on. But I will say that, I mean, we have been seeing increasing stories that the Obamas are concerned about Biden's ability to, and this is before the debate even, concerned with his ability to actually win the White House, Joe Biden. But also, just to, you've thrown a spanner in the works, Steve, and I'll throw a wrench. This from, I won't say their name, but they're very informed, especially with Americans. They said there's also a play to get Obama back in as VP, which is possible. And look, a lot of people say that, a lot of Obama's people ended up being, came in for Obama's third term through Biden.
Yes.
We could very much see that same thing occur, but with Obama as the VP, because he can't serve, a third term as president.
I think the talk about Michelle coming in as vice president is just to sort of soften people up for what's going to be announced, I suspect, in 4 to 5 weeks. Michelle's going to say, look, I've never wanted to run for president. I've said it a million times, but I've got no ambition to be president, but my country is calling me, so out of duty, I'm going to step forward. That's what they've been trying to build up to this moment for a very long time. That's my hunch. And so far, that is increasingly looking like this case. So this stuff about the VP, I believe it's a ruse.
Very soon, guys, we're gonna switch to Nigel. Nigel, not quite yet, because I suspect we're just hearing from. I don't know who this person is, so if I don't know, you guys probably won't know that are listening.
He's just a returning officer.
But very, very. Oh, okay. I should.
He's about to announce the results.
Right. No, sorry.
Nigel is looking quite.
We should turn it on. Sorry, guys. I actually thought this was a
Heritage Party 33, Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration 116, Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111. I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency.
Oh, this is well done. And Britain will never be slaves.
And the turnout was 59.23%. Would you like to?
Thank you very much.
Wow, 59.
Well, Mr. Returning Officer, all here at tendering. And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election. And I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years. and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Go, Nigel. That's freaking awesome. Well done, Nigel.
Finally,
this is going to make for some very interesting years.
Thank you very much. Lots and lots of trying over the years. Mark White watching all of that.
We can mute that now. So he's second through the door as the second Reform UK politician getting in. That means he's in. They do 5-year terms, maximum 5-year terms. The Prime Minister could call it earlier, but it means that this is going to make for very, very interesting times in UK politics. Now, I haven't addressed the obvious, but why are we covering the UK election and even talking about the USA election? Well, when America, when Britain gets a cold, Australia tends to follow not long after. And what we see in Australia will happen, but we'll often see it first happen overseas. This is how often what we, why I know what I know on politics. We're not going to come to this story just yet, but when it comes to Australia, in order to understand what the establishment's going to throw at us, we've got to see what they've done to like-minded people, like-minded ideologies overseas. And Nigel, he's a rejection of these intergovernmental organisations, the World Health Organization, all these organisations that don't have the nation state in mind. And so, yes, we're very much eager to see that. I'm eager to see how he sets up his brand structure, because I think it's going to be something we're going to have to do in Australia and the minor parties really well across the board, and hopefully start consolidating these parties. I will correct one thing though, guys. I just want to be clear. Barack Obama could be the VP.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yes, I think you misunderstood me, not Michelle.
Okay.
Michelle's 100. Everyone's saying
so that's constitutional legit, isn't
it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I actually think Michelle will be the VP. Whoever's the president, probably Newsom, will have an accident. Michelle will ascend to presidency and then appoint Barack as VP.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised that a former president can be the vice president, because the vice president's only got one role, which is to be the replacement president, and then they would be constitutionally barred.
Yeah, I was reading an article about it actually, and no, I shockingly, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but no, Barack can. What is this?
There may well be a hole in the constitution there.
Yeah.
So if he was the VP and then the president died, but then they wouldn't be able to then become the president.
Since when do the Democrats care about the Constitution?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about the man who screwed it up and used it as toilet paper. So, just an interesting result from Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn, who was running as an independent, has won that seat from Labour.
Quite comfortably.
Gee.
35 point. Wow, that's the swing against. Wow.
Whoa.
Massive.
Wow.
Do we know much about the constituency there? I mean, he's so radical.
I think it's like Newtown.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go.
Well, the Reform candidate had about 1,000 votes.
Oh, wow.
In
Yeah.
Islington. So.
Okay. Yeah. Newtown, for those who don't know, the communist centre of Australia.
Yes.
Nigel Farage's result, he won with 46% of the vote.
Wow.
Pretty much every single vote taken off the Conservative.
That is massive.
You know how I knew when he said he was running, and he was running for Clacton, the way I knew he was definitely going to win from the day he announced is I looked at the results previously. One of the only places where UKIP have won a seat is there.
I see.
And the size of the Conservative vote was so large. It's the equivalent of us finding an area that voted 80% no in Australia, and I was like, he can win it.
Well, that area, which is Essex, it's sort of east of London. That is where a lot of, let's call them London refugees, have escaped to go and live. So London, having been diversified,
Londonistan.
yes, has seen an enormous exodus of people, and they've all mostly gone east into Essex, a few north into St Albans and Norfolk, Suffolk areas. So yeah, these seaside towns all around Essex. I think we might see another Reform seat there. But at the moment, unfortunately, the Southerners, being the bastards they are screwing things up.
Yes, and Clacton would you say Clacton used to be an industrialised area, and it's an area that's sort of been a bit...
It's a tourist.
Yeah.
It was a resort town, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure if that's where Southend is.
Right.
You know what I liked about Farage's speech? I mean, it was a very short speech, but did you notice that for the first half he was talking directly to his constituency?
Oh, brilliant.
Did you notice that? Yeah, he spoke directly to the people who voted for him.
Yeah.
Rather than immediately grandstanding and talking to the nation as a whole, he spoke immediately to the needs of the ordinary people who voted him in, the local needs that the rest of England doesn't really care about because it's theirs, but he spoke to them.
Yes, yes. If we could just bring the results up on the screen from GB News. Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, it's with humility he says that, and we don't see that. And by the way, may I remind you that he said it was a very clean election, and it was, relatively. One of the candidates that ran in that seat, I do believe it may have been the Labour one, he was a black man that said, I'm running for all black people in the UK.
Drinking white tears.
Sorry?
He with one of his tweets he put up, that was the problem with his. He was enjoying drinking white tears.
A racist.
Oh, yeah, and like the idea that you would run for all black people in the UK, and Nigel's like, look, he was interviewed by Jordan Peterson that came out a couple of days ago. He said, look, I'm not running for any one person. I'm running for all Britons. I'm here to actually get results. I don't care what you look like. It's about the content of your character and getting results for this country. And I think that's the message, a lot of right-wingers need to tap into, 100%.
The original post was, going into 2020, I'm going to continue to be vocal about how to tackle racism and the fact that I drink white man tears on a regular basis, to which the Labour candidate retweeted with a comment, my favourite drink.
Oh, wow.
See, that's just disgusting.
That's disgusting. That is divisive, and that's the very thing that will feed the really dangerous iterations of right-wing policies, like actual racism, actual Nazism, just total fools, and they're aided and abetted by a university establishment where they get these moronic ideas from. These sort of anti-white racism. They may not actually get their racism from the universities, but it's given the aura of intellectual respectability from universities and critical race theory departments and things like that. It's disgraceful.
And left-wing parties that adopt policies that exile this kind of thing from it will succeed, because the far right just disappears as soon as Denmark, great example, as soon as they adopt some of these policies and they say, no, we're not going to have open borders. No, we're not going to have this level of Islamicization of our country. No, we're not going to have any of this. There's a reason why Stram Kurs, which is the far-right party in Denmark, among others, they just can't get off the ground. They're not getting anywhere. Because the left-wingers said, no, we're not going to have 3% of our population in migrants a year. No, we're not going to have boats. No, we're not going to have universities that carry on like this. And the far-right just goes, oh, well, what have we got to run on?
Yeah, we're redundant.
Is it?
I'd like to know whose white men's tears they're actually drinking. Because it's not ours, because conservatives, libertarians don't cry because we're not snowflakes. So it must be left-wing white tears.
I would think so, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's shocking. And I think the whole front bench is white, isn't it, in the Labour Party?
Yeah.
Why is that?
No. There's David Lammy and who's that awful woman?
She's out.
Is she?
Yeah, she's out. Mao did more good than harm. No, she no longer able there.
She wasn't running? Or?
And David Lammy is, when it comes to a front bencher, he's no longer given as forward a position as it is. That's where it's transitioning to you, and Miss Rayner and others. That's where it's transitioning to the more white, modern, centrist, appealing to a broader base rather than putting such purpose forward.
Who's the lady that Nigel was debating from Labour? What was her name? The one with the stutter. Red hair.
That's Angela Rayner.
Red hair and a
Rayner accent.
Can I ask, and this is totally if you got to start a God bless you and you made it in politics, that's great. But why is it we're seeing this come up more, especially in the Labour parties? I mean, Joe Biden isn't the most coherent person, and he's got it's excused as a bit of a stutter that he's got. Same with Anthony Albanese, to an extent, and now Rayner. Like, is this? It's almost like it's a strategy.
It makes them look like victims and press.
And I'm not saying they don't have it. I reckon they do have it, and it's genuine. But I'm just curious. Like, we've seen Starmer do a similar thing to Albo, which is he didn't put much detail out, very minimal. I want to win by default. It just makes me wonder, because obviously Conservatives, we deploy certain. Like, we try to lean into authenticity and, the battle of ideas and all of that stuff. But the left do have their bag of tricks. Is this part of it?
It's because they are unauthentic. So Starmer, just like Albanese, mentioned, how Albanese was always, I was brought up in social housing. Well, Starmer's equivalent was, my father was a toolmaker. He mentioned it he mentions it in almost every single speech. And because people like Starmer and Albo from a very young age have been so closeted, they've never had a real job.
Yes.
They've always worked, in either union positions or staffing positions within the Labour Party. Same with Starmer. So they have to find these things that try and make them relatable to the people who are supposed to be voting for them. And then, of course, they usually tag along somebody like Angela Rayner, who I think she has 3 children by 3 different men. Is that right? Or did 2?
No idea.
First child at 16.
First child at 16, yeah. So single mother, and I think maybe 1 or 2 other children by other men. And so they sort of tag along this actual, real life.
To her credit, though, and this is something we should recognise, she didn't abort it. She followed through with it. And that is something for people who are against abortion in that way. Okay, she's a single mum at 16. Okay, that's recognised. But the alternative to that is abortion.
It's true.
So
I agree with you.
Probably because the baby's worth more money to her than... and unfortunately, that's been the case for a long time in England, is in working class areas, young women would have babies just as a means of getting more welfare.
So a perverse incentive of the welfare state.
Yeah.
Can we find out who this third reform seat is that's just been added to the ticker? Because I just noticed now. Again, guys, while Jeff's pulling that up, I apologise in terms of the timing of this. It's very difficult to know when this is going to, come in and all of that. I thought they would be immediate with first past the post, but clearly Australia is more efficient for some reason with a 2-party preferred vote count that we do on the night. Jeff, do you have the
third reform seat? Is Great Yarmouth. That's Norfolk, I think, east coast of Norfolk. Rupert Lowe, 35%. That was close. Labour second with 32%. Conservatives on 24%, down 41%. So all of those votes pretty much went to Reform, and Labour picked up a few. That's a very good result. Turnout 56%. This is going to be the lowest turnout of any election ever.
Isn't that shocking? Like, if you think about it, like, you would have thought that a lot of that would pour into some...
You'd think it would pour into Reform UK.
Yeah.
Like, if you're that...
maybe the next one.
Hopefully, yeah.
I mean, that's the hope, right? That the hope is that Labour, they get a good dose of Labour over the next up to 5 years. And then Reform's making a lot of sense, and like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Why aren't you assessing, the I don't know if this is their policy, but they definitely should have one, you assess income between couples rather than as individuals.
I think that is the best hope, that over the next 5 years, things just fall apart under a quasi-socialist platform with Labour, and the Tories or Reform UK really seize upon it and are able to attract all those votes. Now, I mean, what would the Tories have to hammer to claw votes back? What would it be? I mean, I keep coming back to immigration. It's among Tory voters, it is the number one issue. I mean, from what I can understand, in England overall, it's the number 3 issue, but among Tory voters, it is the number 1 issue. And even Labour voters, and Matt Goodwin pointed this out in a very good book of his, was it Voice, Values, Virtues on British politics now. He said even among Labour voters, most of them think immigration is excessive. So immigration is a winning issue for any party.
I agree 100%. You know, this Tory government, which is getting thrown out tonight, is very similar to our recent Liberal government, federal government that we had here. But that federal Liberal government did do a very, very good thing, and that was stopping the boats.
Yes.
And we had all this human tragedy on the Timor Sea. We had all these boats coming in, and most people, including Gillard and Rudd, said, "Oh, we just can't do anything about it. We can try, but we can't stop it." Abbott and mainly Jim Molan, they did stop it in 2 weeks, and now Labor has adopted that policy. Now I think to myself, Australia's got a whole continent to defend, a whole massive coastline, right? And what's the little tiny little British channel? That'd be pretty easy to defend, but they just haven't had the will. I don't know why the Conservatives didn't ring up Tony Abbott after he lost the job and say, "Look, can you come over here? We'll appoint you our illegal immigration czar.
Yeah.
Get out the military, like we did in Australia. It worked in Australia. Now, you can't do that on the silly little English channel. It'd be easy, but they didn't do it.
No, they didn't do it.
They don't want to.
Yeah, I had a really funny moment when I was on stage for the Nigel event in Queensland, and I pointed out the fact that I'm an Australian of Syrian descent, welcoming Pauline Hanson on the stage, and Nigel Farage, opening for a Nigel Farage show. And Nigel, in the 2016 referendum, was raked over the coals for standing in front of a sign which was pointing to a bunch of illegal Syrian immigrants coming into Europe. I just thought it was hilarious. And it's just like, here I am saying, guys, get your borders in order. Like, for God's sake, like, you need to start deporting people. And that's the thing. A lot of areas that voted no in the Voice referendum, being a bit of a, indicator of things, they were immigrant areas. It wasn't just the rural areas with traditional Aussie, background. It was also immigrant areas. Because it's like, when you buy into Australia, you buy into a set of goods, a set of principles. Yeah. You're meant to integrate and learn the language and adapt, celebrate Australia Day. Like, you'll find me on a 4-wheel drive, on a beach, with a barbecue on Australia Day. Yep. Not at a protest saying Australia is racist and it always was or always will be stolen land.
That's right. And also, immigrants tend not to like perpetual grievance because many of them had to flee homes that they lost. They lost property, they lost money, they lost families, and they've come here and they've said, I'm going to put that behind me. My own grandparents were like that. They were refugees after World War II. And they put it all behind them. And then when they see many Indigenous Australians, professional Indigenous Australians, bleating about things that happened 200 years ago or things that happened 70 years ago, they say, hey, you know something? I get it. That's really terrible. But I got over something that happened to me 20 years ago or 10 years ago. Like, I'm living with it. And so I think that's also feeds into a lot of the immigrant antipathy towards the grievances of the Aboriginal industry. They're just like, no, actually, everyone, lots of people have gone through these things. You can't hold the rest of the country to ransom for it. Absolutely. Because we didn't. Yeah. We have moved on. You have to move on as well.
Oh, they've lit a fire in my belly after the Voice, because what we saw, again, guys, I'm looking at Richard Tice's seat to see if they announce his results, but what they've done with the Voice proposal and the Aboriginal, saying, we've got to return the land back to them and pay these reparations is, I'm like, okay, what about the reparations for the wars we've done in recent times? I have as much claim as many of these Aboriginals to reparations with regards to the bombing of Syria. Wasn't Australia a part of the coalition of nations that bombed Syria and destroyed a lot of the sites? You don't find me, I've never even been there. Similarly, a lot of Aboriginals, they have, ancestry in places they never lived, but they're claiming to have reparations for it. Wasn't it the Bushmen that pre-existed the Aboriginals?
Yeah, no, we can't talk about that. That's illegal. They'll get banned from YouTube. No, they were the first, and that's just always how it is. We can't talk about an evolution of change, of migration that happened before this 40, 60, seems to get older. What are we, 65,000 years? How many we keep?
Yeah, I think it's 80. No, seriously, I think it's 80,000 years now. Yeah.
Oh, there's about 8 billion by now.
Yeah, that's right. They created the Earth. Let's just,
tell me. Because we talked about this at the Eden Monaro by-election for Bosie. You might remember we had this chat about who pre-existed the Aboriginals.
Yes.
Who was it?
Well, the Aboriginals are genetically related to people from the south of India,
Sri Lanka,
and they're called. I think they're called Dravidians.
Yeah.
There were people, completely different, ethnically different races of people here before what we call the current Aboriginals are, and there might have been some mixing, but they were largely wiped out. There's talk of pygmies.
Pygmies, that's the word.
There's still pictures of them from 50, 100 years ago, and there was also the Moravians.
Yeah. Sorry, Rami, I don't know if this seat's even relevant.
Well, that's pretty Patel, I think.
Suella Braverman.
Oh, is it?
She controversially resigned from the front bench because Rishi and the rest of the party would not enforce the border.
She's fantastic.
Right.
Right.
And this is important because this is a right-wing Tory, about as right-wing as it gets.
She's looking very happy, so I'm guessing she's had a big result.
Right. Well, we should probably listen to them.
So thank you for going the extra mile, and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope you enjoyed the campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship. My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and encouragement. I couldn't do this job without you all. And next, thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me as your voice in Parliament for the 4th time now. The people of Fareham and Waterlooville are the best of Britain. Patriotic, common sense, kindly, dedicated, enterprising. And I'm humbled to continue as your servant in Parliament. I will endeavour to work for you, to speak for you, and to deliver for you, time and time again. Now, finally, I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry.
So good.
I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises. We've acted as if we're entitled to your vote, regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come. The country deserves better, and we've got to do better. And I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you. You have spoken to us very clearly. Thank you.
She's a great woman.
Amazing. Best speech.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Really
Apologising. Thank you, finally.
And you know what? The Conservative Party would probably rake her over the coals for that.
Yeah.
So you spoke out of turn.
Yeah. Well, I think
you didn't represent us. You couldn't speak on that matter.
when this is over, I hope any remaining Conservative MPs defect to reform, and that's the end of the party.
Yes, well, that would be a great outcome, not impossible.
It's kind of tough though if you get elected on the Conservative.
Well, that was a terrific speech, but I'm just looking here at the betting markets for who's going to be the next Conservative leader.
Yeah.
So that was Suella
Braverman.
Right. Okay. Well, she's in about 4th spot. She's about sort of $8. Kemi Badenoch is the favourite, and then Tom Tugendhat, and then Priti Patel, and then Suella. But she sounds pretty good to me. But I agree with Jeff.
We've got to see this because he's lost his seat. Sorry, what was his name?
Oh, wow.
The Mogster.
Yep, I believe that.
The Mogster.
Yep. Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's probably one of the best Conservatives.
He's gone.
Idea. If we can get some volume, I really want to hear this guy.
Jacob.
Well, they don't come as any surprise. We've been behind in the opinion polls consistently for 2 years, and the opinion polls didn't move an inch during the election campaign. Well, they might have moved an inch, but against us.
Yeah, I tell you what, Jacob, we're just hearing that Richard Holden's won his seat by 20 votes. I mean, heck, it sort of says it all, doesn't it, about how this is going for the Conservatives tonight?
Well, at one point the only MP was Mark Francois, so I'm glad we've got a few more to join Mark, who is a great man, but I didn't think he could hold all the shadow cabinet posts at once.
And how's it looking for you, Jacob?
I do know the result, but I don't think it'd be polite of me to give it before it's formally announced.
No, quite right. But what's your view? We've been talking about it with the panel tonight as to how the Conservative Party regroups, reforms after this election, and whether it's going to be One Nation Tories, whether it's going to be more towards reform-style conservatism. What needs to happen?
Well, the question is, should we be a Lib Dem party or should we be a Conservative party? And the answer is clearly we should be a Conservative party, and that what has happened in this election is that we have taken our base core vote for granted, and they've gone off and voted for Nigel Farage, and that's perfectly reasonable of them when we weren't doing what they had put us in office to do. The 1.4 million people net migration in the 2 years to June 2023 of a party that had promised to bring migration down to the tens of thousands. That's it in a nutshell. It's not doing what our voters expected of us.
Jacob, we've just heard that Richard Tice, the Reform chairman, has won Boston and Skegness by around 2,000 votes. When you say you can't be like the Liberal Democrats, you've got to be like the Conservatives, do you need to be more like Reform?
Nice.
Reform has a lot of good ideas, and it has some charismatic people within it. It had some elements of its campaign that were difficult and some candidates who were beyond the pale. So I don't think you can jump fences before you get to them. We need to work out what the Conservative Party stands for and then see who wants to rally round that. And that may well include a lot of people who are sympathetic to or even belong to Reform.
I mean, it's interesting though, isn't it, in terms of what happens then to these people who have been Tory voters for a long time, haven't wanted to go to Reform or stick with the Tories, so have gone to Labour instead. How do you win those people back under the circumstances?
I think there were very few who did that. The polling doesn't seem to indicate many. I think quite a lot of Conservatives stayed at home, quite a lot went to Reform. Not that many seem to go to Labour, which I wish Sir Keir Starmer well and congratulate him on his victory. But the share of the vote is, I believe, lower.
We're just seeing Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, arrive with his wife Akshata at his constituency count, Richmond and Northallerton. Sorry to interrupt you there, Jacob, but the Prime Minister has just been escorted into the building. It had been rumoured by some MRP polls that he might be in danger in that seat, even though he has a majority of 27,000. He's going in there now for the count. We can see people there busily trying to finish that off now. Jacob, sorry to cut in on you. Look, you've got your own count still to come. You're telling us that you'll be back with us on Monday, come what may, and we look forward to that.
Oh, yes. Well, yes, but it may be easier if I no longer have other obligations, but we shall see in due course.
Well, that's one way of putting it, Jacob. Thank you very much indeed for your time this evening. Good luck to you. This morning, I'm so sorry.
Because let me just remind you, it is 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, wow. On this election marathon, bringing you all the results as we run through what is going on. This is
my
Richmond.
Understanding is he's out, unfortunately. And he, again, guys, he's another really good egg, which is unfortunately, you know, he tried to reform the party. He was every single vote that came up, I do believe he always stood with Brexiters. Yeah. He did campaign for Brexit, but unfortunately he's a part of that big church, and the Malcolm Turnbulls of the Conservative Party over there really have just become a massive weight around people like his neck. He couldn't say what he wants. He has to toe the party line. He couldn't even be as bold as what Suella Braverman was saying earlier, where she was like, no, we did stuff up, and I'm sorry, guys, you know, we do have to do better. Yeah. But he did apologise. There was some authenticity there, but he's very statesmanly.
Always.
Very John Anderson of him, how he answers some questions.
I wonder if there could be room for such an aristocratic man in the Reform Party, whether he'd condescend to that or whether he'd just finish up in politics and do other things.
I hope not, because he's very experienced.
He's so articulate as well.
Oh, yeah.
Very philosophical, very articulate.
I hope he ends up in the Lords, but he won't because as I said, Labour will come along and finish off the Blair revolution.
Yeah.
So what do they want to do in the Lords? They can't just, they want to, abolish it.
They basically want to do what the Democrats want to do with the Supreme Court, and that's stack it with
exactly.
the people.
That's exactly what they want to do. They don't want to abolish it, they want to stack it.
Right.
And so Starmer has pledged to actually, you see, when hereditary peerage was abolished, the existing hereditary peers were allowed to keep their seats. And so you've got about 70 of them right now. So people who inherited their seats in the House of Lords. Starmer says, if I get in, I'm going to get rid of them straight away. So just summary dismissing. Then he said, I'm going to get rid of everyone in the House of Lords over the age of 80. And so you've got quite a few dozen over 80, I think. But you've got quite a few dozen just on the cusp of getting to 80. So all up, he's going to be able to purge the House of Lords of anywhere up to 150, 170 people, and he will have the power to be able to stack it with people of his ideological disposition who'll be there for decades. So this is what Peter Hitchens was talking about.
Yeah, it's a general trend, and it started with Blair.
Yes.
In that the way Blair set things up, yes, he said, I agree with Thatcherite economic policies, except that if you've got to tell everybody, so long as we control what the corporations are doing, and the way they do that is not just that, but also the social control over peoples is setting up quangos. It's not a word that Australians really use or are familiar with, but we should, because we have plenty of quangos here. Quango is basically a quasi-NGO, non-governmental organisation. So they have quangos, and they also set up all of these bureaucracies. So it's not just the long march through the institutions, which, by the way, should be called the long goose step through the institutions, because the left don't march, they only goose step. It's not just been that. It's been the expansion of the state this way. The Labour set up so many new quangos and other agencies to basically not just control all aspects of economics and social policy, but so that if they ever lost power, in terms of power in Westminster, they would still have their hands on the reins of power through the people they appointed into these government agencies, so that, for example, if you actually had a decent Conservative government and they came along and said, okay, our policy is this, right, public service, go off and do this, then they would delay it for 6, 12, 18 months. They'd find every reason not to do it. They would basically just stymie them, and again, same in America. This is what happened initially under Trump. He appointed all these people. They went in to serve. A lot of them left because they couldn't get anything done. Professor Ulhapper, a very good example of that. They appointed this guy who's probably the greatest current living physicist to run the climate and energy. And he quit after, 6-8 months, because he said, I couldn't get anything done because they just stonewalled me at every opportunity. I couldn't even get figures out of them. And again, same here. And this is how the left sees power.
The technocrats. They install a left-wing technocracy. And we saw it during COVID. You certainly saw it during COVID. But Brexit is a perfect example of a process that was made agonisingly difficult and slow because of a public service that had been politicised against it.
Yeah, this is Rishi Sunak's count.
We're looking at Penny Mordaunt there on the stage. So I think the count is imminent, but this is the Conservative Penny Mordaunt.
Tunbridge, there was the fiasco over at Ian Dale standing and then
who's expected to win this?
Edmonds in Suffolk has gone Labour.
We're talking the 30% swing, so this is a Conservative. Penny Mordaunt's the leader of the House of Commons on
this is a reform seat.
To come off it, every single leader has always...
Again, guys, I wasn't expecting this to be a long stream.
Okay,
if you guys have to leave at any point, I'm going to keep going. But if you have to leave, no judgment. And even if you have to go out and go to the loo.
Waiting for that returning officer to make her announcement.
I hate to say it, she looks like she'd be more comfortable if she was holding a sword.
Well, indeed.
At the moment. But there you go.
Who's that?
I don't know what the delay is here. The returning officer is at the podium, ready to roll.
Left wing, ultimately she swings with wherever the
But anyway, nothing is happening there just as yet.
They're waiting for me to tell you that we've won Thornbury and Yates, and I was the campaign manager in that seat, so I'm very happy there.
Still doing a very good job at advertising all your games.
Well, somebody there's so many, you know.
Well, Lib Dems on 21 at the moment, plus 18. Labour on 198. Conservatives on 34.
A couple of Tory big beasts that haven't fallen. Victoria Atkins, the Health Secretary, has held Louth and Horncastle, and Claire Coutinho has held.
And I bet every candidate is taller than him.
Just so you know.
I mean, those were back. I mean,
he's the
something seriously wrong.
I know.
They were very
still worth saying. No, I know. The Victoria Atkins
I was just going to say, if we could just turn down the volume a bit on that, Rami. I was going to say, with the stacking of the House of Lords, I mean, we could see a very similar situation with our Senate. We are hearing rumours that they might actually add additional senators to the territories, and obviously the territories are a lot more left-leaning. They might add an extra one senator per territory. There are laws around how many senators they can add. There has to be as many House of Rep seats, twice the amount of House. There has to be twice the amount of House of Rep seats as there are senators. So when we look at what's going on with the Senate, they might try and stack it because the right wing is getting very close, within one seat of taking the balance of power. All right, let's go to the count. It sounds like they're reading the numbers for this seat.
Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715. Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851.
This is actually a pretty brutal process, almost like being called at the sports at school.
Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501. I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Portsmouth North constituency.
Leader of the House of Commons, out.
Wow. That is arguably one of the future leadership contenders for the Conservatives. Out. Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat of Portsmouth North to Labour.
Let's mute that. What do you guys think about Penny Mordaunt?
I don't know.
Just heard of her. Right. I've heard her name. I can't remember her track record. That's the only thing.
When Liz stepped down, she ran for the leadership. And when Liz stepped up as well, so Penny's been trying to aim for the leadership for quite some time.
Right.
Again, is she left wing? Is she right wing? Whenever you run for the leadership,
no, hang on. We know who this is. She was the one that was debating with Nigel, I do believe.
Here's the thing: if you don't know where they stand on issues, that's a bad sign.
What's even more terrible is I literally watched 3 hours of her debating Nigel Farage, and she left such a negative impact on me. I didn't even realise. I did not even realise who she was. But that is the lady that Nigel just wiped the floor with, and she wouldn't even address him by name or the party. And look, look what's happening.
But you know what's interesting?
But without
about
who,
is
they wouldn't be.
Oh yeah, we really don't care about that.
Can you? Thanks. So this woman Amanda Martin's won by just beaten Penny Mordaunt by just 800 votes. and Reform got 8,500 votes. It's 20%. That's pretty good for a southern seat. What's going to happen after this, undoubtedly, is the Conservatives will come out and say, we lost because of Reform.
Yes.
Yeah.
They will say, if you hadn't taken votes off us, we'd have, X many seats, blah, blah, blah. And they are going to go after Reform. They are going to punch right and attack Reform instead of
punching left.
Well, A, punching left, and B, actually, punching left is punching themselves.
Yeah.
If they're punching left, they need to punch themselves in the face first, because they are the left, centre left now, and then punch left anyway.
Yeah.
But unlike Suella Braverman, who actually came out and said, I'm sorry. I bet nobody else does that. In the
Let's see though, because if enough do, and there's
most of them will come out and they will blame Reform. Is that another seat for Reform there?
Yeah. See, I think
Reform at 4 now.
I think that Reform has gotten so big now, they have to actually be careful. It's exactly what happened with Trump. Everyone wants to be associated with the MAGA movement, and Trump, he becomes the new compass for the right wing in the USA. This is, right now, a massive moment in UK politics for the Conservatives. It's a realignment, just as Brexit was, to the point that Labour didn't want to reverse Brexit anymore. They were like, look, they don't even want to mention it in some of the debates. They just sort of accepted the will of the people. Obviously, they wanted to do a second vote and all of that.
Starmer did. He wanted a second vote.
Why is it saying Nigel Farage wins Clacton? We know that.
A name you may be familiar with, Kelly J. Keane.
Yeah.
You might know her from the Let Women Speak.
What did she say?
She ran in Bristol.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
For what party?
The Party of Women.
Right.
Okay.
Don't know too much more about that.
Party of Women.
Not a great result. For those who don't know Bristol, it makes Newtown seem pretty conservative.
Oh wow.
Oh no, genuinely, having been there, it is out there. Graffiti is kind of fun. It's just anyway.
What was her percentage anyway?
0.5, 0.5%.
Ouch.
Greens 56.6%. A 30% swing. I just want to take a moment to really highlight this is erratic. Following elections in order to this is erratic election results. These are third world, second world, like wild assassination Latin American election results. When you're seeing swings of 30%, 40%, this is no longer a stable. Conservatives get 4%. We'll give their seat to him. Labour get this. Look at our elections here. Over time, it'd been like 3% swing or 9% swing in Bennelong. Whoa, get out! Everyone, hold on to your hands. We're talking about 40% swings. We're talking about here tonight. This is erratic. This is unhinged kind of numbers when the Greens in Bristol Central are getting 30%. But yeah,
Bristol is, if you remember, a couple of years ago when they started toppling statues. There was a famous statue in Bristol of Edward Colston, who pretty much, I wouldn't say I guess he modernised the city and rebuilt it, put lots of money into it. But because he was associated with the slave trade, they went around tearing down the statues, and then they threw it in the water.
Rami, if you can bring up the image on my desktop.
And
that was the statue. You might remember.
Edward Colston.
Yeah, terrible.
And he built so much of the infrastructure, the university, or donated lots of money to things, and there they are, tossing the history of their city into the water.
Yeah, another
people who've never done anything in their lives.
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, this is the Chinese Cultural Revolution, but the Western Cultural Revolution. Toppled the statues, erased the past, year zero.
Yeah,
terrible.
48 hours later, a truck arrived on scene, a big lorry with a new statue. Not unauthorized, not proper. It was a device, a Black Lives Matter protester replaced that plinth. And they organised it themselves. They just got there, cleaned off the old part, dropped it down, and said, "That's it," and cemented it in. Not the council, activists. Edward Colston statue. They replaced after they tore down Edward Colston statue.
I remember that.
They replaced it.
With another Edward Colston statue.
No, with a Black Lives Matter protester, a woman.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I thought you said the.
That's all right. It's just on screen now. That's the that's. If we could just bring that up, that's the one they brought up.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah. Jen Reid.
For Jeff.
Jen Reid.
This is your country.
You didn't
she really should be in a wheelchair. I've just got to say, I'm triggered by this. There's not enough intersectionality.
How did they get a statue made in 24 hours?
I don't think it was 24 hours. There's no way they would have done that in 24 hours. That's
2 days.
Are you kidding me?
Not the night, the day after, and then the morning after that.
Still being hot.
Come on, what is this? That's ridiculous. That's honestly ridiculous. You know, to all the people in the UK that are really upset about this result, this is what happens when you allow the universities to be taken over. Crazy stuff happens. But yeah, this is the footage of them rolling. So you were talking about Kelly J. Keen's seat. This is where the sort of people voting there. That's where they threw him into the lake.
This is Kelly J. Keen's seat that she ran in, and I'm not to choose Bristol Central of all the places to run. Look, I think they might have needed some advice from some kind of turning point. But yes, she chose not a good seat to run in and got half of 1%. Reform 3.1%.
Okay,
and the Greens got 56%.
Found the fourth Reform seat, which is Boston and Skegness.
Oh, that's Richard Tice.
Oh, yes, this is
That's Richard Tice. He's won it.
Run it on 38%.
Wow. Yeah, if you pull up my screen, Rami, I've got the result here. So people say it saves Jeff having to read out everything manually. But these are the top results. 38% of the vote. He's basically won this. I hope they
very convincingly
read. Yeah, I hope they read it out. So this is one of the things I wanted to see before we ended the stream. We've got a few more things I want to see. I wanted to see this one because now you've got Nigel and you've got a deputy and Richard. Richard put $1 million of his own money into this party. This is a guy that kept the thing running, kept the ship running of reform for the last 3 years since Nigel's been. Obviously, in GB News, he'd been fighting the Brexit fight for a while, having a bit of a breather, and Nigel's come into it perfectly. I would feel terrible if Richard had lost his seat, but he's won this seat. This is the beachhead John was talking about. This is really good, and they've got a number of seats we're very eager to see if they come through. This is a total success. This is exactly what Nigel said he wanted to do, and it is by far anything. It is not a disappointment from what I've seen. Labour was always going to win this. And sometimes you've got to go through a bit of pain before we see, it's the darkest before the dawn sort of stuff, But what are you wincing at?
Unfortunately, Andrew Bridgen has lost his seat.
Was he the one that was saying that Rishi doesn't want to be a wartime Prime Minister?
Yes. This is the man who stood up for the vax injured and vax dead in Parliament.
Wow.
But he's running as independent, isn't he?
We've got to see this. This is a Richard Tice. Look at
How'd your result declared? And so I am now the Member of Parliament elected for the great constituency of Boston and Skegness. So it's the proudest moment of my life.
God bless you, mate. God bless
I've overturned the largest ever Tory majority to be overturned at a general election.
Well done, Richard Tice.
Yes.
Sorry, it's been such a long morning here that we've forgotten who we've announced and who we haven't.
Yes,
Where do you think
Reform... into one, Richard.
Where do you think Reform might top out, Richard? Because we had the exit poll predicting 13 seats. Obviously, we know you've won. We know that Lee Anderson has won in Ashfield. We know that Nigel Farage has won in Clacton. What do you think your vote share might be? Do you know how many people might have voted for you overall? What's your projections on it?
What we're hearing, and obviously it's changing by the half hour, what we're hearing is that the vote share may end up around the 17% mark. And that means that well over 5 million, possibly over 6 million people have voted for reform. And if you think where we've come from 3 years ago, we were at 0%. And so we're just incredibly proud of that. So many millions of people looking for hope, voted with their heart today, and our ridiculous electoral system means that we get more votes than people like the Liberal Democrats, but something like, I don't know, about a tenth of the seats or something. So that'll be a massive topic going forwards in the debate. But I think we're going to sort of celebrate these wins, these successes. Hopefully we'll get some more. And it's a really significant moment.
How do you convince people, Richard? Because last time PR was discussed in a national conversation here in the UK. I mean, the conclusion, apart from the fact you lost the referendum went the other way, but the conclusion was that people like to vote for a named person. They wanted to put their say against, put their cross against a person that they could relate to rather than just a party. How do you change people's minds on that?
Well, it's incredibly simple, actually. We just adopt the system that they use in Scotland for Holyrood or in Wales for the Welsh Assembly elections, where you have 2/3 constituency representatives and 1/3 on a regional list. So you get the best of both worlds. There's a variety of different systems, but the idea that you can have millions of votes in just a handful of seats and get more votes than other parties or equal, and they get 10 times or 15 times more representatives, just highlights the absurdity of it. And I think we've, in a sense, everybody is realising just how flawed our electoral system is. That's why we worry about turnout and things. So there's a lot of work to do on that debate. But frankly, I've no doubt at all, if we had a referendum next week on it, we'd win it hands down.
Really? Even though we've seen the birth of coalitions of chaos over in Europe. I mean, it's quite funny that you're trying to ape a system that is beloved of the EU, and yet, of course, you're such a vociferous anti-EU campaigner.
Yeah, but look how long Welsh Labour have been in charge in Wales under a PR system. Look how long the SNP have been in charge in Scotland under a PR system. So it's horses for courses. But ultimately, people need to have trust and confidence in the democratic system. And the number of times I hear it on the doors, people say, well, I want to vote for you, but it's a wasted vote. Now, even under first past the post, we're getting a bridgehead. And from that bridgehead, we will build, and you'll have heard it elsewhere. But the reality is, while the Tory party will be deeply, deeply divided after this disastrous defeat, we're going to rapidly become the opposition in the House of Commons to the Labour Party over the next few years and towards the next general election.
I mean, a lot of people scoff at that, and have scoffed at that since, I mean, Nigel Farage first said it, you know, four or 5 weeks ago. However, I mean, it is interesting when you look at certainly the initial swathe of results that came through, where Reform was coming second to Labour, certainly in a lot of the red wall seats. It does beg a question as to what people really want, what they can really associate with.
Well, look, people scoffed at me 3 years ago when I launched the new brand reform, and look what we've achieved in just 3 years. So I'd suggest anybody who wants to underestimate us and scoff at what we might achieve in the next 4 or 5 years, I think they better think very carefully. And it's incredible what's been achieved in some of those northern seats. And some of the Labour majorities have actually fallen, not gone up, even though the trend is towards Labour. And that's because actually what people want, they want hope, they want common sense policies, people want change, and people want something to believe in and to vote with passion, with their heart. And I don't think we've heard much passion from or about Sir Keir Starmer. So let's wait and see. But I think anybody that underestimates Reform UK is making a big mistake.
Nigel Farage said in an interview with Christopher Hope on GB News on Thursday, Richard, that the party needed to be professionalised, that he felt he had inherited a mess, and that you could have at least vetted your candidates better. That professionalisation, what form should it take?
Look, we paid a vetting firm £144,000 to do the vetting job, and they took our money, they took the data, and then they didn't deliver the work. So, but look, the reality is, as I said, we've been an entrepreneurial political startup. We've achieved what nobody believed was possible. We're growing rapidly, and you continuously improve all the time. You professionalise, and that will continue very rapidly. So, look, we're making great progress. Here's the other thing, though. Actually, we admit it. When we get things wrong, we make mistakes. We admit it, we learn from it, try not to make it again. Unlike other parties, we try and cover it up, pretend everything's fine. You know, sometimes actually, you've just got to admit it when we haven't got it perfect. And that's who we are. And do you know what? I think that's actually why people quite like us. Yep. And my word has spread literally by osmosis, because we've had almost no money. I mean, for the last 3 years, we've had less than £100,000 at any one time in the bank account. You know, I've gone weeks and weeks when I'm wondering how we're going to make the payroll. So what we've achieved is utterly remarkable. I'm incredibly proud of it, and onwards and upwards.
Well, we shall wait to see what the final result is, but looking pretty good. 4 seats so far, according to what we're seeing so far. Richard, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed. On the reform issue, I want to ask Arlene Foster, what are you hearing out in Northern Ireland, Arlene?
Well, I'm hearing
Which I think is quite surprising that Ian Paisley, who's been there since his father left the scene, is likely to lose a seat to Jim Allister. And Jim Allister, of course, is the leader of the TUV, which is Traditional Unionist Voice, and they are in an alliance with Reform UK. So that could add to Reform UK's tally if indeed
That's okay.
Richard Tice, just to cover some of those numbers, 38.4%. He got 43 swing against the Conservatives.
43, wow.
43. We're not talking about a 3% swing or 4.3%. 43% swing against the Conservatives.
See, this is identical to what I saw with Clacton. And I was like, these guys are going to win. And that's the beachhead. Honestly, they just needed 2 of them to get in. You know, but they've done a lot better than that.
This is probably a good time to point something out. We still have 409 seats to go.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Already, this result with the 4 seats for Reform is a massive, cringe-worthy embarrassment for the docile, imbecilic voters of Australia. They have a first-past-the-post system. They already have 4 seats, as you just heard, with no money, no organisation. Our minor parties here, you had the UAP with $100 million. You've got One Nation, Libertarians.
Well, there's 10. There's 10 parties. I can bring it up if you want. And in Victoria, there's 11.
There's all these parties.
We can't get out of our own way. Like there's
exactly.
We're splitting this 15%, which could get us seats. But and sorry, John, it feels weird saying it while you're here because you guys have been in the spirit of working together. You definitely want to, but yeah, you're 100% on the money, 100% on the money.
Yeah, and with between One Nation and Libertarians, probably 30, 40 years experience of running in elections, and we're still chasing after 1 upper house seat. They've just won 4 lower house seats.
One lower,
right?
You mean 1 lower house seat? Yeah.
No, we're not even chasing lower house seat.
We can't. Yeah, you're right.
It's just if only if we can just get that last upper house seat.
Balance of power.
We'll have the balance of power, and that's what we're chasing. And they've won 4 seats on a first past the post system.
Yep.
And this is just an embarrassment for Australian voters. I can mention the parties as well, but like he said. No money, no organisation, and they're winning 4 seats.
Is it partly... Sorry, continue, sorry.
Yeah, so I'd finish my points, go ahead.
Is it partly a function of compulsory voting where, I mean, if you don't have compulsory voting, then it's typically going to be the more thoughtful voters who get out, who are more interested in politics, who get out and do things, and maybe they're the more likely to pay attention to a minor party and throw a vote their way, whereas in compulsory politics, people just become... reactionary voters. They become habitual with their party, and they don't consider any alternative. Is it partly because of that?
I think it's complicated.
Yeah.
I reckon I could throw about 5 different things because there's unique things about the way that I believe there is a truly and factual, efficient way to do this that an AI would factually say, yep, that's the easiest way through. There are aspects about the way the system is set up that's unique to any country. Yes, mandatory voting. Yes, we have publicly funded elections where if you get above 4%, you get money. Most places, that's not the case. New Zealand, they don't have publicly funded elections. We've also got a preferential voting system, which is only done in one other place in the world, which gives us not the illusion. To an extent, it allows us to work a bit more together. But unfortunately, it does give us the illusion of being able to get through with 10 different parties, when in actuality, that's not how it works. And people, they suffer because they think that we can have efficiency of preference flows. But in actuality, we're lucky if it's a 60% transfer between One Nation to the Liberals or One Nation to another minor party or, vice versa. I think there is a huge feeling that we can do this, and there's another aspect which is a little bit more deeper. There's a psychological element, if I can throw another spanner in the works. America and the UK, they don't mind having someone on a pedestal, an alpha male per se, a guy that's up there, that's the face. Australia has a tall poppy syndrome challenge as well. I would liken us more to elevating sigma males rather than alpha males. It's a very deep psychological thing. But it's that we have lots of different personalities on the right, but we can't ever get behind that one Trump guy. It's just not in us. Maybe I don't know where it comes from. It's just a pattern I've picked up on. And that means that we need to be better on the right at working together and building coalitions between these right-wing people. And unfortunately, the only way we can do that is by all politics is local and trying to rally a lot of these leaders of these parties to work together. We don't want to get to where they got to, where we're not even sure if the UK can pull up the plane. But the UKIP party, they stood down a ton of candidates so that the Reform Party could get up. They said, we recognise we're going to split the vote. We need that spirit here before we get to the part where we might not be able to pull this plane up.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of...
There's that side of it, which is the organisation, but there's also the voter side of it. And it comes down to a very simple word, careless. Australian voters are careless. They could not literally care less about where their vote goes. They don't know, I mean, compared to voters in the UK, they don't even know that they're Member of Parliament. They don't even know the difference between federal, state and local. Their knowledge of politics is extremely limited, whereas if you go to the UK, pretty much anyone on the street will know who their local member is and where their offices are. And because of the disjoint, which is kind of silly because, you know, the UK is different geographically. It's not like geographically like Australia. Britain's second largest city is smaller than Adelaide. Most places are towns and cities in inverted commas are only called cities because usually they have a cathedral, but some of the cities are like smaller than I don't know, Townsville. So it's very different geographically and sort of the political makeup of the country, but the Australian voters are just careless. The number of people I've met who I mean, just for example, this one person I met a couple of months ago, I found out he was from the electorate of Hornsby. He was totally against all the climate nonsense and totally against the higher taxes and everything. And I said to him, so who did you vote for in the last state election? And he said, he had this really plummy English accent. He said, oh, well, I had to vote for Matt King because I didn't want Labour to win.
Yeah.
And my friend had to sort of put his hand across me because I wanted to lean across the table and grab his head and bang it against the table.
Yep.
He literally did not even see any of the other candidates on the ballot paper. The first one being Geoffrey Grimshaw, Liberal Democrats, who he could have voted for because I know he got the literature, didn't bother to read it. In his mind is red, blue, green. Oh, I have to vote blue because I don't want red or green to win. And these are not stupid people. These are smart people. They are just bloody careless, careless. So buck your ideas up, Australia, because the Poms are better than you, doing better than you. And I know that will wind you up, and maybe you'll actually go out and start doing a bit of work and a bit of research.
Jeff, things are really bad in the UK. They're really bad in the UK right now. Not just immigration, not just inflation, not just NHS healthcare. Not in every single way, things are really, really bad compared to Australia. We think we've got things bad here. Try having it bad with even more expensive energy prices in a really cold winter. Like that.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Things are really bad there, and that drives political change.
Yep.
When things are really good, you'll be like, whoa, nobody change anything. The boat's going okay. Everyone's got a job. We got like 3.9% unemployment. Things are good.
Except in 2007.
Don't rock the boat.
We coasted through 2007. I mean, those who were near retirement age got smashed. Their super got smashed. But Australia, in terms of global, in terms of countries, we did the best.
Yeah, and that was obviously
the election was before the GFC. We were doing fine under John Howard, and actually the England was doing fine under the Conservatives in '97. But everybody went change. It's time to change.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
That's all they can say. Change.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah. To what? Why don't you ask yourself from what to what? Change to what?
Yeah.
Just the word change.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah, but this is why it's so important what we're up to with regards to not just this show and everything that's going on, but I wanted to bring up this slide I've got up on my computer now. It was just announced that Albanese is throwing $32.9 million lifeline to the Network 10 viewers in WA. Guys, this is what I'm competing against.
Yeah.
And I'm playing with peanuts here. I'm not even sure if the show will be on next week. That's how little money there is in the account. If you like this show, if you like what we're doing, please support. When it comes to the election time, between Jeff and I in the last federal election, I think 3% of the electorate used our how to vote cards. Something crazy. Now, when Jeff puts his word out as a third-party campaigner for Put the Majors Last, please support Jeff and donate to him. Same with the resources we put out with the Turning Point Australia how to vote cards. Please support what we're doing. Please get it out there. We are fighting against an establishment that is using your own money, your tax dollars, to take more of your tax dollars. We are trying to bring greater transparency and, to help weaponize you guys against them taking more money. And it takes a lot less money to fight back than you'd think, because we have the truth on our side, we have better ideas on our side, more efficiency on our side. We're fighting a guerrilla warfare here. But I need the weapons to do it. I need to be able to... Where Australia has a lot going for it. We're currently at season probably 2, whereas the UK is at season 4. We will get there, and we will ramp things up, but we need to build the tools and get ready. That's why I went to great extents at building this studio, because we do need to actually get things back on track and get behind people like John Ruddock and many others that are going to run in the next federal, state, and local elections. You guys have anything else to add?
Oh, well, I was just thinking one of the maybe the greatest thing that came out of 2020 and the whole COVID era was the parallel media that you're a part of. It woke a lot of people up, not enough people, but it woke a lot of people up, and it's really galvanized a sort of an emerging parallel media, a parallel media that had been emerging. But with 2020, it's kind of made it a God willing, a permanent fixture on the Australian sort of landscape. And there's no shortage of people who watch these shows, who watch you, who watch TOFA, who watch Rebel News. So I think that's probably the best thing that came out of 2020 and the years following.
No, absolutely. Guys, we are keeping an eye on the screen. We could see a situation where Rishi Sunak's result is announced, and I would presume... I mean, if he loses it, he doesn't get to say a word. If he loses it, that's going to be a very big deal. Do we have any preliminary results on him? But if he wins, we will hear what he says, and he will probably address the nation at the conclusion of his speech.
We're looking at Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, right now.
Jeremy Hunt?
That's Jeremy Hunt.
Oh, I thought I saw Rishi walking there because he was so short.
That was a different video. It seemed to be the Black Knight following Rishi.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was. It's probably the Monster Raving Loony Party.
You mean,
these strange parties. Yeah.
Lord Buckethead.
Jeff, something I want to ask on this, and I'm still trying to discover this one, but I'd love to fit into an easy narrative of right-wing. If you're not right-wing conservatives, you're a left-wing conservative in the UK, you're getting punished, you're getting kicked out, like Mr. Jeremy Hunt here. Rees-Mogg is out. Yeah. Suella Braverman, 26 swing against her. Julian Lewis, 26 swing. I mean, these are still big numbers. I'm not seeing a theme, a consistent. If you've betrayed the Conservative thing, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a huge rebellion against the entire Conservative Party, and maybe 26% is a small number. When we're talking in some other seats, Craig Smith and what have you, at 30, 35, 40.8% rebellion. Maybe 26 is actually a really good result, and we can hold up as an example and say, hey, only a 26% swing against you. Stay right-wing, Suella Braverman, you'll get in. But are you seeing some sort of that kind of trend, or are these numbers just that big that I'm just boggling us?
I think the trend is depending on the Reform candidate and how many votes they're taking off the Conservative candidate. I mean, some of these candidates haven't campaigned because they haven't had any money. So depending on how strong the Reform candidate is and how many votes they're taking off the Conservatives, that's probably the unusual votes that we're seeing. But I think a lot of the left Tory candidates are going to get the boot. And inevitably, I don't think Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat was that safe anyway. He wasn't in a massively safe seat. I haven't actually checked his seat, but...
I know Rishi didn't have... When you're talking about 20% swings...
Commonly known as Count Binface, Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official monster raving loony party, 99. Nicholas Omolana, commonly known as Nico Omolana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
He'll resign.
Okay. So Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, and indeed the Chancellor have both held their seats. Let's just hear what the Prime Minister has to say.
Can I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
I can't believe that guy held an L up. Is that something I don't know about?
The Prime Minister retaining his seat, 12,000.
How come no one took that off him?
Honestly, I just think that I don't like Rishi, but that's so disrespectful.
So disrespectful. Yeah.
Calling Sir Keir Starmer.
No, someone should have snatched that out of his hand.
That's terrible.
What's your reaction to that?
Oh,
I
good
think it was very
riddance.
dignified. I think
As Prime
when
Minister.
you watch
Absolutely.
those things,
Good riddance. He just got into politics because he wanted to be famous. That's all it was. He most of these politicians are motivated by they like the adulation. It's not so much about power. It's not about money.
Well, he's got all the money, so
that's right.
he'll get it all.
Yes, that's right. $500 million or something. But yeah, he just got in there because he thought, oh, it'll be great to have my name down there in the history books of England. Now, Mr. Jamal, I need to go.
Very good.
I have another event, but I'll be listening into the while I go there. I'll be listening into the show. But thanks very much for having me.
No, my pleasure. I'm not sure that there's much else to talk about because I think that's pretty much all the major stuff.
Right.
But no, look, I'll bid you farewell.
But I think Jeff will probably know more. They have their constituency speech, but then they have the big speech towards the party. They go to some other event, don't they?
Yeah.
And that'll be coming up.
Yes.
So that'll be worthwhile.
Well,
absolutely.
Maybe, I think he might do it tonight, but yeah.
Right.
Yep. Guys, if we could
gentlemen.
just pull up mine, I'm just going to show you. Yeah, all right. Thanks, John. Guys, if you want to follow John Ruddick, best place to follow him is definitely on X because I know he won't get censored off that. That's his profile right there at John Ruddick. There we go. We're playing. Yeah, there it is. John, thank you so much, and I'll see you later. Keep up the great work, guys. If you like this stream, we will do something similar for future events that are live like this, but we are doing live shows pretty much every Thursday night at about 6. Next week is at 6. We're going to keep an eye on the reform candidates that are coming in. I might call this early. I'm surprised so many of you have stayed tuning in. We're still up in the in a few hundred right now, 450 people still watching, which I was very surprised by. But I did notice that there have been a few other streams that have been up that have been struggling, that are actually in the UK, which I was surprised they wouldn't have a slightly better setup. But live streams are difficult. You know, there's a million things that can go wrong, especially when you're streaming across 5 different platforms. But yeah, what's going on? Are there any new results? I mean, I can't believe we're still counting the damn thing. Actually, you know what? We did have this. I brought this video up. George Galloway lost his seat. Who's George Galloway? I would have loved to see George Galloway in the Parliament. This is who the guy is historically. He's someone that Chris mentioned earlier, and ran for the almost like a communist party sort of thing, the Workers' Party. George Galloway
set up his own party. Right,
he set up his own party, and his number one donor, from what I heard this week, was Tristan Tate. This is a video from George Galloway. I do believe I have muted the page.
Unfortunately, my MP's lost his seat, very surprisingly.
Oh, was he good, was he?
He was a good one.
Oh, right.
Just like by maybe 700 votes.
Right. Well,
ow, that hurts, because he was a good one.
We'll keep an eye out. Guys, this is George Galloway.
Is a proven fact. It's a proven fact that these forged documents existed and were being circulated.
He's talking about
amongst
Iraq.
right-wing newspapers in Baghdad and around the world in the immediate aftermath of the fall of the Iraqi regime. Now, Senator, I gave my heart and soul to oppose the policy that you promoted. I gave my political life's blood to try to stop the mass killing of Iraqis by the sanctions on Iraq, which killed 1 million Iraqis, most of them children. Most of them died before they even knew that they were Iraqis, but they died for no other reason other than that they were Iraqis, with the misfortune to be born at that time. I gave my heart and soul to stop you committing the disaster that you did commit in invading Iraq. And I told the world that your case for the war was a pack of lies. I told the world that Iraq, contrary to your claims, did not have weapons of mass destruction. I told the world, contrary to your claims, that Iraq had no connection to Al-Qaeda. I told the world, contrary to your claims, that Iraq had no connection to the atrocity on 9/11/2001. I told the world, contrary to your claims, that the Iraqi people would resist a British and American invasion of their country, and that the fall of Baghdad would not be the beginning of the end, but merely the end of the beginning. Senator, in everything I said about Iraq, I turned out to be right, and you turned out to be wrong. And 100,000 people have paid with their lives. 1,600 of them American soldiers, sent to their deaths on a pack of lies. 15,000 of them wounded, many of them disabled forever, on a pack of lies.
Yeah, George Galloway, unfortunately, didn't get elected, but he is definitely still a prominent person in the public discussion in the UK. But yeah, the Workers' Party, was it, Chris?
Yeah, the Workers' Party.
Right.
Yeah. That's a stunning speech. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And somehow no one is held responsible for it.
Oh.
And the same thing will happen with COVID.
But Donald Trump, Donald Trump, you know, the 90 indictments or whatever it is.
Have you seen this week the SCOTUS case saying that talking about presidential immunity and the losing of minds of many writers within the left in the US. Now a president can do anything he wants. Imagine invading Iraq on a pack of lies and then, you can do whatever you want, no criminal prosecution. Imagine, and this is a very good point, nuking Hiroshima and Nagasaki, civilians, when the war had pretty much everyone they wanted to. Well, how many examples do we need to go through? But hush money in a kind of, you can't use money, that's a criminal case we now need to go over. Yeah. Not Iraq, not 1 million people that died, not that it was based on lies, the trillions of dollars spent, not Afghanistan, or COVID, do we need to look at that? We should look into this in a quick.
But also Biden's too old to prosecute. Sorry, Jeff, you were going to say something before. So the seat that you voted in, that you're from, basically?
Yeah, my MP, Nigel Evans, who's definitely one of ours. Very good MP, been there for 30 years almost, Ribble Valley. Just lost by 700 votes. And again, Reform picked up 16%. But I did not expect that he would lose that seat. But of course, with Reform coming in, taking that. I mean, these are all the seats that turned blue in 2019, and they're going back red. But in a lot of the cases, it's not because more people are voting for Labour. In fact, in some cases, a lot of cases actually, Labour's vote is down.
Yeah.
So Labour's retaken Burnley with minus 8.5% vote than they had in 2019.
Yeah, if we could pull up this map right now, I just think it's absolutely shocking, the turnout.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about almost 50% of people now turning out to this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Australia was bad. You know, we've got mandatory voting, and about 13% of people didn't show up and vote in the voice vote. I thought that was bad. But now, I mean, the UK, it just makes things unstable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's right. Because whoever wins doesn't, in a way, doesn't have a popular mandate.
Yeah.
And so, although Labor have won this election, they're not popular.
No, it's going to be on the lowest vote ever. I mean, funnily enough, they're going to win, and everyone's going to go 400 seats or whatever, but it's going to be on their lowest vote. It's like Labour here now, won on 31% of the vote.
Yeah.
So, not popular.
That's not a recipe for stability.
Yeah.
No, and eventually what ends up happening is what Tim Pool's talked about in the UK. It's like, well, then you eventually just don't recognise authority. Police come into the community, it's like, I don't recognise your authority here. You know, and then, you know, the police whips out his gun and you whip out your gun, and it's like, well, like, I just, this, eventually we might even see a situation where, like, and this is the thing, who knows, but in the most radical future, there might be a version of secession. We get these minor sort of countries again, but again, that's unlikely. What's more likely and what needs to happen, and the most peaceful thing, non-violent thing to happen, is that these parties reform, or new parties come along and become the new major parties. But I don't think the major parties in the Western world understand what fire they're playing with. I think I said this to Senator Abbot in this time a year ago. I said, we could see violent revolutions if this just keeps going. And I'm not sure which side it'll come from. It could come from both sides in different countries. But I don't think they understand what fire they're playing with, which is why they're pushing this technocracy so much, and all these AI controlling tools. There's many ways to control people and maybe even kill them off. I mean, that might even be a reason why they're trying to kill so many people off, because that's the problem. There's not enough elites versus the amount of people that, you know.
Or an alternative analysis, in a way, is that there are too many elites. You get too many people going through universities, promised great careers. They're over-educated, over-credentialed, I'd say. And they leave university. Their jobs are bull dust jobs that never required a degree to begin with. They've got massive debts, but they've got an elite complex, and they therefore start hating the system.
Yeah.
And they start, you know, when a spark goes off, they're on the streets pulling down statues and things. So there could actually be and this is actually a sociological analysis, elite oversupply, that we're just creating too many of them. And they're very, very disaffected. But one thing that is no doubt, and there are lots of books written on it too. Michael Lind wrote one, The New Class War, and then you've got Matt Goodwin's one that I mentioned earlier, that there's just never been such a disconnect between the people and the parties. And it just seems to be that the parties are not taking their cue from the people anymore. They're basically taking their cue from big business, from globalists. And that's what the whole immigration thing is. I mean, both parties could clean up big time if they made very, very clear promises and acted on lowering immigration. And probably the more radical their changes, the more support they get. Why don't they do it? Well, it's because everyone knows, and it's the same in America with the rhinos and the Democrats, everyone knows that big immigration keeps wages low. It enables politicians to say that the GDP is going great, even though, you know, only a small percentage of the people are actually reaping the benefits of the size of the economy. And of course, left-wing parties benefit from from open borders and large immigration. So the monetary interests involved in just an issue like immigration mean that doesn't matter how popular a policy might be, political parties have basically made their constituency no longer the people, but a plutocracy ruled by the rich.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a kakistocracy.
A kakistocracy ruled by the worst.
Kleptocracy and a kakistocracy.
Ruled by the bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for these politicians, they're acting in their own interest. Previously, there may have been an industry or commerce outside of government and corporations. These days, especially, look at the NDIS, the fastest growing industry around. Look at AI, which can really only be done by like 2 or 3 corporations in the entire world, and especially in Australia, you're only going to see a handful of them. Yeah. If you want a future at any of these places, you're going to have to be on the same page as them. I think pretty much anyone here has no potential employability at any organisation more than a couple of 100 seats. That's it. As soon as you express any view that you've heard today, you're done. It's small business. It's niche church. So if Rishi, there was a tweet this morning that Rishi Sunak has accepted a role at Y Combinator in San Francisco, and I was like, is this real? Is this possible? And I don't know. Every chance he steps down tomorrow and goes, oh yeah, I'm just off to the private sector, Matt Keane style, or some regulator like that. They have to, because there is no economy outside corporate and government anymore. There's no future.
Yeah, I'm at peace with the fact I can't go back into the workforce in the property development industry. You can't just get, because eventually you end up in these big corporates like, Lend-Lease and others, and eventually, obviously, you come across a proper HR.
What about Harry Trueboff? He's always hiring.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure he is. But the problem is, all it takes is one media article that attacks the, and then you're gone. Yep. And so, but I said enough things by the time I got to the end of 2020. I was like, all right, there's no retreat now.
Would you do it? Brought to you by The Ark? Brought to you by Meriton?
No.
Oh.
No. They wouldn't. I would do it, but like.
They
have to be able to criticise them. If they started doing dodgy works, I'd have to say, look, guys, you need to understand that if you do dodgy works like that, I'm going to be, going against you. And can I just point out the fact, one thing I noticed about these reform seats is three out of the 4 are actually coastal areas. I wonder if that's because he was heavily trying to campaign for getting the control of the fisheries back. But I have to bid Jeff farewell. I don't expect we're going to be on much longer. I'm just trying to wait and see. Oh, I do want to see this one. Jeff, do you want to go, or do you want to see just briefly this from, what's his name? Can we bring up GB News? We've got a situation where Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat is being announced. He probably won't say anything, but at least if we can hear what they're saying with regards to the final.
Each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Barmy Brunch, the official monster raving loony party, 211.
What's he wearing on his head?
Edmund Stewart Cannon, Green Party, 3,222. Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231. Paul MacDonald, Reform UK, 7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739. Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Labour won.
Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah. It's a huge shame because
the number of ballot papers was 51,125.
Back to that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we've got a bid, Jeff farewell.
24% swing.
There you go, Jeff. Thank you so much. Where's the best place for me to send people to? Are you on X?
Pretty much only on X at Jeffrey Grimshaw.
Okay. I actually tried trying to find your profile before.
I'm very shadow banned. It's probably not even worth following me because you won't see anything.
Are you gonna tweet stuff?
I do tweet stuff, but nobody sees it.
I think I started following you this morning.
Let me just put. Is it Jeff Grimshaw 71?
No, Jeffrey Grimshaw.
Jeffrey
to you. Probably can't even
The perfect manager.
Struggling to find it. Oh. Well, Jeff, I'll let you go. I'm going to try and find your Twitter and send people your way, but I'm looking forward to having you back on again soon. Thank you very much. Everyone's saying thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Take it easy. Chris, you're welcome to sit over there for very good. All right, Keir Starmer, new UK Prime Minister, potential wartime Prime Minister. This will be interesting. Doesn't he want to denuclearise the UK?
Quite the opposite. He has committed.
Thank you so much
committed.
for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
Sorry about the double up on the audio, guys. I think they've still got Jacob Rees-Mogg's loss speech going on the GB News side.
And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country.
In the best sense of the word, he's very Machiavellian. He just came in, purged it of over 100 leftists.
It's just business.
Yeah, just exactly.
It's just business.
Yeah.
If you want to win, you need to do that.
Yeah, exactly. He did it.
But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that.
More conservative than the Conservatives.
And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age.
You ain't wrong.
It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country.
Hardly anyone behind you will even remember not having a Tory government. They're all so young. It's kind of like Kevin 07 after 11 years of Liberal.
But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party.
He's talking to his own party now.
That's who that
He's saying, I did this.
Yeah, we did this. We had to change inside
Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle, everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party.
I'm scared. The UK.
The question will be how much they can actually do. I suppose they can do it.
I don't promise you it will be easy.
Just that they're getting through the House
Changing
of
a
Lords.
country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
Well, there you go. The man who will be Prime Minister very shortly, Sir Keir Starmer. They're on, let me just tell you, they're currently Labour on 337 seats. They've passed the post.
Please opine.
What's that, 340, someone telling me?
That is
at 346, there you go, my computer's a little bit out of date. So they've passed the post, they're going to be in, there's no doubting it at all now.
That is no Jeremy Corbyn.
Our panel still here, with a few tweaks. It's worth saying, Lord Brady.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, there's a whole lot of other Starmer that we'll get into. But that speech was we changed the party to win this.
Yeah.
And he did. He did win this. I mean, look at the numbers. This is no minority government here.
No, that's right.
Every chance of something way bigger than that.
No, that's someone potentially with massive appeal. Yeah. If he can keep it up.
If he can keep it up, because he in my view, he out-conservative the Conservative. Have you listened to Rishi Sunak's speeches?
No.
And then exactly. I try. You're listening to that. I'm like, for the manager base. Yeah. You know the manager type, the London voter, the donor, the things like that. That is everything that a paralegal, first-year kind of student, that aspirational office worker, administrator heard that and went, yeah, that he's like me. He's it. You hear Rishi Sunak and you just go, who
are you?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. What are you?
What were you saying about nuclear before? You're saying he had a...
Yep.
Yeah, what's his plan?
Follow through with Sizewell, continue the current coal, expand and continue the existing projects with the nuclear power plants, and continue funding small modular research with Rolls-Royce. So it is, I would call that as pro-nuclear as you kind of get.
They're very openly pro-nuclear and very openly saying that we need to be pro-nuclear to mitigate any vulnerability we have to Russia and being in any way reliant on Russian energy. So credit to him on that. In terms of not buying into the nuclear scare campaign.
Yeah.
I guess it's a bunch of other things that you'd have to look into to wonder sort of how radical this party is going to be. They talk sort of very obliquely about constitutional changes, devolving power from Westminster down to local areas, and it can all actually sound pretty good from a Conservative point of view, because Conservatives are very big on this ideal of subsidiarity. That is, if a job can be done in the community where the problem is, then it should be done there and not from a centralised government. But as some people have pointed out, what it could also mean is that any power that Westminster Conservatives might have in England could be sort of basically taken away as power goes to the local areas, which tend to be quite left-wing dominated. So,
yeah,
he's not an economic leftist. He's a social leftist. What most of the people and watching at home are going to find terrifying about Keir Starmer isn't the mainstream topics about tax and things like that. I don't think it's going to really rock the boat in that way whatsoever. But are you going to see hate speech laws specifically targeting Islamophobia, specifically targeting anti-Semitism, specifically targeting LGBTQs? All of these really... you think it's bad in the UK right now when it comes to freedom of speech? Oh, get ready. Yeah. On all the other issues, you listen to Keir Starmer, I put to you... there will be less illegal migration under a Labour government than a Conservative government in the UK. I put that to you. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But you find it plausible, don't you? I look at both of you and you go, yeah, he could be right.
I see
Maybe
what you're saying. Like they might be the ones who could get away with enforcing the policies, knowing that they're going to be voted for anyway, knowing that the media are going to give them a walkthrough on it. I see what you're saying. And they do talk, Keir Starmer does talk a bit about securing the borders. At no point do I notice that they talk about reducing immigration, but they talk about security. Now, you can secure the borders and just let a lot more people in legally. So, but just again, to get back to your point, his background is human rights law. He is a leftist human rights lawyer. He comes out of the kiln of Marxism. He was a Marxist in his early years, and unlike someone like Blair, who sort of renounced it, he's never really renounced it. Now, I'm not saying that the guy's going to make England a communist country. He's not. I'm not saying that. But to your point, yes, I can easily see a lot of the hate speech issues and other sorts of things. More ideology in schools. I can see a lot of that moving forward because it's just in his DNA to support that kind of thing.
And just like Tony Blair that you looked at, Again, social left, but he was not an economic leftist. Blair, if anything, actually, you could call him economic right.
He was a Thatcherite in some ways.
Absolutely.
He just thought that the market should be used for a particular social justice agenda. So are we talking? Are we basically saying that Keir Starmer is basically a particular kind of Blairite? Is he going to sort of continue a sort of Blairite? Because here's the thing, we didn't get to talk about it earlier, but England does go through that political social revolution from, what was it, 1997 to about 2010 under Blairism. Was it? And that's when you get sort of the Equality Acts coming in. That's when you get a lot of the sort of the wokeism coming in, a lot of the climate change stuff coming in. And of course, the Tories, too weak to fight it off or argue against it, other than some like Jacob Rees-Mogg, who sadly now is been voted out. They basically went along with it, at least tacitly. Maybe now what we're going to see with the Keir Starmer government is just the whole thing in full throttle, because they're just outwardly advocating for it.
And I put to you the Tories are too weak because, are you ready for this? The Tories won too hard. They won too big in the last election. There were so many of them. Not only could they do whatever they want and they got lazy, but part B, there were so many left-wing Conservatives, as in the Conservative Party. This was no longer a right-wing party, the ones who'd been there for years and hard-fought and raised the money and done everything else like that. People who had very slim margins, we all saw lost tonight, got up at the last election, who weren't really anyone that Michael Foot would have got along quite well with. That John Major would have, even John Major, David Cameron, he kind of looked at and went, they became a left-wing. They became a left-wing party because they won too hard. Yeah. People that otherwise marginally would not have got up.
And so, ironically, what the Conservatives may need is a Keir Starmer to basically purge it of the faux Conservatives. Who would that be?
It's Nigel.
You've got to be in the party first.
Well, those in the party need to make a serious decision. You know, and again, I really wish we had the total results for the country. I'm kind of shocked how slow they've been. In Australia, we have a much more complicated system. On the election night, we do a two-party preferred count to expedite it, because there's at least 3 or 4 counts done of the vote. But I'm just shocked we don't have an answer on every single seat by now. I mean, it's 5 a.m. Yeah. It's 5 a.m. over there. And maybe it was because they had IDs and they needed more time. Or I don't know. They do early voting as well. But I think that you're right. There needs to be someone in the Conservatives that ultimately has to lead that. There will be resistance. There always is. There's a lot of these establishment Conservatives. They don't want to change. They don't want to give up the power. They already have an established way of doing things over the last 200 years. But they will lose again if they refuse to reform, and they will be extinct, and reform will grow again, and then...
Hey, if we just need that creative destruction, if we just need the utter annihilation of the Tories, and for all those votes to be transferred to Reform UK, I'm all in favour of that. I have no real sentimental... I mean, it's actually a great shame that this has happened to the Tories, because it has such a noble heritage. But it is what it is. And just for those who might not know the reference to Keir Starmer purging the Labor Party, Chris, you'll correct me on some of this, but Keir Starmer comes in as leader of Labor in, was it 2010, was it?
No, just a couple of...
2020, was it?
2021, but you had the 2019 election and then late 2020, 21.
Okay.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah. And pretty much the first thing he does is make sure that the real leftists in the Labor Party cannot stand for election, and they are replaced by less left-wing Labourites.
Yes.
So the Corbynites are gotten rid of. Actual socialists, actual Marxists.
And it took years. And it took years. This was a COVID war. This was a Zoom purge, as it was, because this took years to effect. This took Diane Abbott. Remember Diane Abbott? Yeah. To get her out of the party was remarkably difficult, and honestly, she had to kind of exit herself out of the party, but let her do it. But that was the majority of it. To change the party, let people make mistakes, and then once that happened, use the press within his own party to get rid of it. But yeah, he did.
Effective.
that's politics, because politics matters as much about broadening a church as also cutting the fringes off it as well, because those fringes are what's going to collapse you. And that's what I've been desperately worried about with Farage, is you're going to let the fringes get in because they can bring down what can be. You want this to be a really broad church, but part of how do you keep how do you keep the Nazis out? Not like the Nazis. No, I mean like the guys who will run around sea carling, flying swastikas, all that kind of thing.
For sure, yeah.
How do you keep the normal, sensible people who want net zero immigration, get the illegal immigrants out? As soon as you do that, all you need is like 3 guys. And look at the feminist protest in Melbourne.
Yep.
You know, more redeeming. So policing your own party is one of the hardest things to do, and most parties that start up do it really poorly. Farage, in this case, seems to have done it really well, where his only weak point was a Channel 4 hired actor.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I did want to play this for you guys, and I'm conscious of time and everyone potentially getting tired that's listening here, but people are still listening online. I'm actually quite shocked that you guys... I'm getting smashed here, guys, in terms of how tired I am. Great podcast, the Institute for Public Affairs. They do one every month at least with Tony Abbott and hosted by Daniel Wild. Very good podcast, very insightful, especially from a former Prime Minister. They talked about this UK election really interestingly, and as usual, obviously, Tony Abbott took the safe route and backed the Tories. He has his reasons, but I thought this was a very interesting clip. I'd like to hear Stephen's take on it. It is a little bit long, and I hope I've gotten the right spot.
National rally candidate.
He's talking about the French election, and then he gets into the
whether
UK
that will
election.
be the case. The final point I want to make is that the growth of the National Rally or National Front has really been mostly at the expense of the traditional centre-right party, the Gaullists, who have dropped from roughly a third, 2/5 of the vote a decade or so back to scarcely 10% of the vote now. And this is what happens when respectable, in inverted commas, centre-right parties are unrepresentative of their voting base, that don't respond to the concerns of their voting base. Now, conservative working and middle-class French people have been very anxious for many years now about the impact of uncontrolled, often illegal migration, the impact on social cohesion, the impact on housing, the impact on jobs and infrastructure. But the official consensus, both amongst the left and the establishment right, has been to ignore these concerns. Now, in a democracy, if widely held concerns are simply ignored, eventually there will be a breakout, and that's what reform in Britain is, and that's what the much better established and longer lasting National Rally is in France. It's a reaction to the fact that the established centre-right parties did not adequately represent the concerns of their voting base. And this is why it's so important that political leaders stay in touch with the street. Now, sometimes you've got to persuade the street that the street's misguided, but what you can't do is just ignore the street. You've got to work out whether the street is right, and to that extent change your policy. And if the street is wrong, you've got to persuade them and bring them back to something more sensible. And in France and in Britain, the mainstream Conservatives have failed to do that, and that's why they're in so much trouble.
Yeah, well, let's move on to the UK. So we talked about this last time, and I think there was a lot of interest.
It's not just
UK,
it's MAGA too.
What's happened?
It is, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
What's happened since then? Because since that interview, we've had our first election, which we've seen the results of, and we're coming up to the second French election. And what broke yesterday is the talks between Macron and others. Of a grand coalition, a rainbow coalition.
They talk about that actually. This was released yesterday.
Oh, just yesterday. Okay, great.
Yeah, so they saw the results, I do believe, of the second round, and this is what they're responding to. I didn't play it the early part, but I don't want to play the whole thing. You might as well watch, I might as well, you watch the original. But they do actually go into that this rainbow coalition,
which could actually be really good for, which could be really good for Le Pen
coalescing.
Because then Le Pen just says, see, you need literally everyone in France to oppose this, because otherwise you end up with a kind of Lib Dems alliance with David Cameron. When you're the minor coalition partner, it can actually be really bad for you because you can't get your policies through.
Yeah.
If Le Pen gets up but she doesn't have majority, then she can't get her policies through because she can't follow through on her promises. And then people just go, oh, you said you'd do this and you didn't do it. Flip the table. Oh, we're done with this.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, and I want to hear your thoughts after this. He goes on to say why he backed the Conservatives. And I thought it was quite interesting.
Just in your observations and what you had to say about the UK situation. Now, their election is now only a few days away.
Tony wrote an article.
And it looks increasingly the case, as we suspected, that Labor is going to win in a very big way. So you gave us your pitch, basically, to even if you're unhappy with the Conservatives and even if you like Nigel and Reform, you should stick with the Conservatives because a Labor government will be disastrous. Perhaps you could elaborate on your concerns about a Labor government and what that could mean for the UK.
Well, that certainly was my pitch to you a fortnight ago, Dan, and to our listeners a fortnight ago. And earlier it was the same pitch in Britain when I was there. But it doesn't seem like the electors are heeding the cries of people like myself to stick with the Conservatives because they're better than the alternative. They're better than the only electable alternative. So, look, I hope I'm wrong. I really do hope I'm wrong. And the Blair government, at least on foreign policy issues, was a very robust government. Let's hope the Starmer government is much more like Blair than like Corbyn. My fear is that
Tony, you're wrong on that.
Keir Starmer was an enthusiastic backer of Jeremy Corbyn just 5 years ago. And I worry that someone who was an enthusiast for Corbyn, who was pro-IRA, pro-dictatorship, anti the British nuclear deterrent and so on, I fear that someone who was all for Corbyn just 5 years ago is going to be pretty weak when it comes to the struggles of the wider world right now. As I said, I hope I'm wrong. I hope this guy turns out to be more Blair than Corbyn, but it's hard not to be a little despondent. The British Labor Party, like the Labor Party here, has moved a long way from its working class roots. It's very much a green left party. It's a green left party with, if you like, a Gaza fringe, as we saw in the local government elections not long ago. And I think this will be a very problematic government, and I think it ushers in a period of great uncertainty for Britain. And given that Britain, after the United States, is the most important country in the Western world, given that Britain is, if you like, the source of so much that has made the modern world, the mother of parliaments, the world's common language, the Industrial Revolution, the emancipation of minorities, given that British soft power is still so vast, a weak Britain tends to mean a weak democratic world as well.
And we were just discussing just before we went to air, Keir Starmer seems to be doing very much what Albanese did in the lead up to the 2022 election, whereas he hid his radical stripes, was basically seemed to be someone who was relatively inoffensive, nothing to be scared about, not a threat. But we know that he's much more Whitlam than Hawke, and I fear that you're right about Keir Starmer would be much more Corbyn than Blair.
Guys, I don't want to play any more of the podcast. If you like what they're doing, go check what they're doing. They do it every month, and it's very insightful. I learn a lot on the behind the scenes of how things work. But what did you think about that, especially his admission that people didn't heed what he was saying, and in fact, no, we want reform, not the Conservatives.
Yeah, I mean, people. It's kind of like what John said earlier. It's all well and good to say we should vote for the Conservatives and not Labor because the Conservatives aren't as bad, but the Conservatives are still really bad, and people kind of know that. And this is also the problem with the Liberal Party today. When you vote them back in because you know things will be worse under Labor, to the left in the party, that represents a mandate that what they're doing is the right thing. Because if you're the Conservative in the party and you've been saying to them, guys, if we don't reform, we're going to lose, you're losing our constituency, and then you get returned, the left turn around and say, see, we're on the right track.
Yeah.
We got voted back in.
I want to read you 3 lines from Suella Braverman's resignation letter. She was Home Secretary. This is not like, oh, shadow minister for shadow ministries for shadow... You're in the... This is Home Sec. You're the next leader of the party, the next Prime Minister. 3 points. 1, reduce overall legal migration to 2019 manifesto levels. Tens of thousands, not the million we saw. 2, stop the boats. Stop the boats. In other words, leave the ECHR. I'm going to skip over Northern Ireland. 4, issue unequivocal statutory guidance to schools that protects biological sex. Those 3 things in her letter from November 2023, if they are done, I put to you, would mean no Reform UK, would mean Conservatives. If I look at these numbers, you put Conservatives and Reform UK together, you have a re-election.
If the Conservatives stuck to that and stuck to it hard, they would still be in government. I completely agree. Yeah. And for those at home, if you want to watch a fantastic an eye-opening interview, go and watch Suella Braverman's interview with trigonometry, and she explains what's wrong with the Conservative Party in the UK, why they're not stopping the illegal immigrants and things. She's a really brave woman. She's a great woman. I'd love to... I mean, I'm torn between wanting to see the Conservatives reformed. I mean, maybe that's just a quixotic fantasy, and wanting to see Nigel Farage do something really incredible.
Suella Braverman becomes the next leader of the Conservative Party, and so you have Nigel and Suella talk, and they will negotiate, and you have something. You have something that will happen.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, by the way, this is the, I'm not going to play it, but this is where what Stephen was talking about, the interview that was done on the Trigonometry channel, if you want to watch Suella Braverman, who we heard before, give a very gracious speech and apologise for what was done. It was almost as if she was positioning herself to take over the party and be the one that says, look, we do need a change.
Can I just say one thing? I mean, shame on men in the Conservative parties. It's because so often, and just sort of men in the Conservative movements in general, it is women who are standing up, and they're the ones with the courage these days. They're the ones who have the courage to speak their minds. It's generally not the men now. And I think that men have a real imperative to be the ones leading on these things.
I think it's intersectionality.
Yep.
You know why? You know why? It's easier for me to be brave than for you to be brave because of my eyebrows and my beard. That's the reality. No, seriously, think about it.
No, I believe you.
Similarly, if you have,
the eyebrows.
say that.
Brows.
If you add eyebrows and beard and make it a woman, no, not the beard, but you know what I mean. If it was a woman of color, you got woman points and you got color points, so it's even easier. So there's an incentive, to actually do that. No, I'm not trying to say like she's not brave. It takes incredibly bravery for anyone on the Conservative side to speak up. But white men are the number one people. White Christian men are like the number one people around the world. It's okay to take the piss out of.
Straight white Christian men just can't get a break in this world.
So I would say it takes the most courage to be a white man and actually speak up. For me, I feel obliged to because I have additional protection. It's a lower bar for me to jump over this high jump. But it's like I'm obliged to. I went to a Western Christian school. I went to King's, and that meant that I was raised in a Western tradition, but I happened to be born with these eyebrows and this beard graced by my dad, which I love. But I have a responsibility. I have to protect this country and speak to the values. Otherwise, we're gonna become like Lebanon. We're gonna become like Zimbabwe. We're gonna become like the third world, and we can't have that. We've got to protect what we have, and I guess it's a call on all immigrants that are here and have been grandfathered in. Fight for it. Fight for it. Especially the women. If you love what your men are doing, speak up for the men so they don't get these fake rape charges against your sons and all that sort of thing. But the white men are,
they're afraid. So many of them are afraid. I can speak because at one point I was afraid to speak, but I don't know when it happened. Sometime about when I was just asking yet another left-wing protester, tell us why you've come, and all of a sudden that was fascist, racist, hate speech, etc., etc. I realised they don't like you. They will never like you. There is nothing you can ever do that will win these people over. Not in the past, not in the future, not in the present. You will have to get used to only people who think and have similarities to you will respect you. it can't be this one-way relationship. It's like, oh, I'm going to give love and respect and really care about what that person thinks. They don't care about what you think of them. So care about other people who will return that same respect to you. Stop worrying about it.
Totally true. It's when you let go of wanting to be liked by your haters, it's so liberating.
Yeah.
It's completely liberating.
Absolutely.
What's this random video? Pauline Hanson and Bill Shorten unite for NDIS reforms.
Or the
Why can't people work together on issues like this?
Look at this thumbnail. What an awkward thumbnail at the top right. Pauline and who would have ever thought those two would be next to each other?
But they were shaking hands as well. There's a big smiling one that the left wing is really upset about. So what if Bill's working with Pauline to get some legislation across the line? Great.
Yeah.
Maybe Pauline's working with Bill over something. I don't hate that because of that. Great. Do that, Pauline.
Yeah.
Fine. For some reason we've got stuck in our souls like, Pauline, never vote with these people or whatever. When it's something that you support, like NDIS reform, which you should.
Yeah.
Sure, you want the NDIS shut down. Got it. You're never going to get that to happen in the next term, all right? You can lobby towards that. But for now, any reduction in the NDIS, winning. Any no reduction in the NDIS, not winning. It's binary and simple.
Sorry, guys. This is literally what I do in my free time. But look, I should probably close this off. I will be keeping a close monitor on these remaining seats. I'd expect it's going to take another hour or two before we have a result on this, and I won't bore you for 2 hours. I'm exhausted myself. And my guests have been very gracious, and so is our man on the switcher, who I won't name. But thank you guys listening so much. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to probably do an update video on Monday about where the chips fell, what the total amount of reform seats were won. But the important thing is Nigel won a seat. Richard Tice won a seat. They won at least 2 additional seats as well, and we don't yet know what the upward limit of that is. There are a number of seats favouring them, which are yet to be announced and decided and handed down. I'm shocked by how slow the counting's been, but it is what it is. If I can remind you, the Light newspaper is another vector we are using to get the word out on various things happening. On the slideshow, you can see some of the previous issues, but issue 12 is out. I reckon we're going to sell this thing out. It's going that well. But there have been a whole bunch of hub leaders, if we can bring up the slideshow, of people in Sydney. There's 5 new hubs in Sydney that have been set up. People that are really want to get involved and actually distribute it. It's growing. It's getting a lot larger. That was in Guildford where we were spreading those out. I think this week, one event alone, we got rid of, like, I can't remember, 1,000 prints in that one meeting alone. But there's hundreds of thousands of these that are going around across the country. If you want to become a distributor, or if you even want to just order some directly to your home, it's dirt cheap. I mean, if you want, it goes all the way from 3 papers up to 2,000, and 2,000 papers is $420. If you just want to give them out like cotton candy to your local cafe, your local community, your barber, your dentist, wherever you want, just to evangelize and get them out there. This is a people-run paper. And the way that they have been running it out of WA and around the country with all the hub leaders has been phenomenal. I've got some big announcements coming out in the next 2 weeks. I can't wait to tell you what's going on with this paper. So get on board. And if you don't mind just removing the camera from the QR code, if you want to support the show, if you want to go see what the Light Australia and actually order some, I've got a nice easy code there. If you do a screenshot of that QR code and grab it, it'll take you. You can donate to the show to keep the lights on. Again, I was not joking when I said, I don't know if I'll be around next week. I have no idea. It all depends on if I can get the support from you guys and back me. I don't have big institutional investors. I don't have people that, are opening the floodgates like Albo, $32 million to Channel 10 WA. I have you guys, because ultimately that's where I came from with my audience. God bless you all. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for coming on. And again, unconventional show. Chris is used to this unconventionality. After all, you're protest filmer, but you're quite the chameleon. You can really be put in any setting, both of you, actually.
Let's go.
Not sure how you'd go in the protest scene, but you have done well. Actually, no, you have been at many protests. Canberra protests?
Yeah, I turned up to most of them.
Yeah, late 2021, you're at least at the couple of them there.
Yeah, police visited me 4 times.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. Did they rock up with your posts on social media as well? Yeah.
They rocked up with people complaining about me, holding papers of people complaining.
Bastards. Bastards. I think I had 5,000 Crime Stop submissions made or something. Not 5,000, not me. I had like maybe a few hundred, but there were 5,000 to 10,000 in total from the 24th of July. But I will see you guys later. Give this a share. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for indulging my nerdiness when it comes to politics. I'm looking forward to covering more Australian politics next week and US politics. I will see you guys later. God bless you. Take it easy. Thank you very much. Love the camera work.